Welcome everyone to the Dr. Greg Show, November 12th, 2025. What a day. What a day. Just get wrapped up. A little taping for In Time, independent YouTube news show. Pretty awesome, guys. Those guys are really nice. Been going on there since my old show, the peer review. Since 2021. They're just really cool. Always interested in an educated, independent news analysis. It's a little like, yeah, they have like really good news analysis and it's fun and they're pro science and yeah, it's really cool. I really always appreciate them. And thanks for having me on. Yeah, guys. Hope you're having a good day. That's probably your good day for you, better than some, I guess, if you're not on any lists, right? I mean, how insane has that stuff been? That is crazy. I got we were talking about it on the End Time show, and I got a misinformation flag warning. So I don't know if I can talk about it. I got within 10 minutes, I got a misinformation flag. So yeah, I don't exactly, Mego. I don't get it. It's really frustrating. We weren't talking about anti-vaccine stuff. We were just talking about the Jepstein stuff. So I don't know. It's very frustrating, man. Very frustrating. The tags for misinformation that you get on TikTok. It's the worst part about it for me, for this platform. Yeah, and I hate doing that, Brittany. I agree. It's definitely have to, but I hate it. I hate it so much. Yeah. In other news, I know exactly, Helen. Like we can't just use real names. We can't even talk about like actual things that are happening in the world. You know, it has to be couched in this nonsense. I hate it. I hate it so much. But we must go on. It's very weird. Feels like it's like running cover for people. You know what I mean? Like by doing that kind of stuff, you're creating an atmosphere where they're not held accountable. And I hate that. Like we should be able to hold people accountable. We should be able to call people out. Especially like this TikTok has hey Brian, has a big problem with harassment, targeted harassment, right? You can tag people, you can stitch people in and it kind of, you can target someone pretty relentlessly. And so the idea that you can't hold the president of the United States accountable, you can't hold someone that's doing these misgivings and doing these crimes, you can't hold them accountable. But like someone says something bad on here, boom, I'm blowing you up with a stitch. I'm blowing you up, like with an @ I'm targeting you. Just seems not directed at the right spot. You know what I mean? But that's just me, I guess. I don't know. That's just me, I guess. But let's see. Thank you, Stephen. Appreciate you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Bailey. Thank you, Mago. Thanks for coming in. We got some names to go over. We're doing it. Is it the subject matter? We weren't I don't think. I mean, it was a misinformation tag, so normally it would be a I don't know how they change that. Misinformation versus content flag. Hey, that guy. How's it going? Alan, how are you? Also looking for other debate shows to go on. Trying to broaden our wings, y'all. We're trying to get into different places, different stuff, different shows. different debate shows. So we'll see how that goes. Parker's cool. I mean, Parker doesn't necessarily want me on his show though. You know what I mean? Because I'm not um they don't normally want people, they want adversarial people on, right? So having me on, I mean, it's nice, but it doesn't really give them the opportunity to debate that person. I mean, I would be for it. I would be for it. I wouldn't say no. You know what I mean? Yeah, I love Professor Dave Explains. I think that he's awesome. I would love to do anything with him. He's incredible. Um, so yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, Megan. I guess it's weird. Like it's hard. As a content creator, I don't know. It's hard. You don't want to be like an orbiter. So an orbiter is someone that's kind of riding on someone else's coattails. And I feel like I want to do my own thing and not be, globbed on to someone else's like thing. You know what I mean? It's hard. It's really hard. It's really hard to know what to do. But then it's like networking. And isn't that a good thing for, a content creator to do, to have friends? Is that okay? Can I have friends? It's hard. It's hard. I don't want to I'm proud of my content and I'm proud of what we do here. I'm proud that we've kind of like self-made this whole thing. We've done this whole thing by ourselves and we've really built this whole thing up. And you guys have seen me at every step of the way. And yeah, yeah, podcast co-host. Yeah, Alan. So so I'm going to sign up for, basically there's like you can sign up to be a podcast guest. I'm going to try to do that. Let's try to get my name out there more. You like the Dean cameo? Yeah, exactly, Bailey. So that's kind of like what I see myself as, like a science correspondent. If they want to have questions about something science happens, boom, I'm there. I gotcha. I don't want to. Yeah, yeah. Okay, Tyler. Cool. Thanks, man. Oh, thank you, Tyler. I appreciate you saying that, man. Yeah, yeah, Brittany. Yeah, I've DM'd GT. He's really he's nice. I sent him one DM and he sent me a DM back, which was cool. Um, Hi Sarah, how's it going? And yeah, man. So I'm happy. Obviously, a lot of people like GT found me really early, and it's really cool that a lot of you guys are in his community too, and it's really cool. I appreciate you guys, and yeah, it's cool. We do totally different content, so I can see why people like both, kind of thing. So anyway, content. What are we gonna do? What are we doing today? Um, okay, so our to-do list. We are. What are we doing? What are we doing here? Um, let's see here. My thing isn't. Yes, exactly. Exactly, Brian. Yeah, the new Bill Nye the Science Guy. Unironically, that is what I kind of see myself as. Yeah, exactly. So I don't want to be um pigeonholed. I want to be able to go on anyone's show. Anyone has the ability to like have a like good the scientist on there to ask questions. Yeah. We did. MakeAmericaVaccinated.org is up and running. Um, Hi, Funder. Yeah, I'm a molecular biologist by trade, and I have a PhD in microbiology. So we kind of like foray into genetically modified organisms or talking about CRISPR, gene editing, that kind of stuff. Um, and but then I fundamentally believe that science is political, and since we are getting money through the public, right, we have to advocate for our things and get involved politically. So we also talk a lot about politics and science and the world in between, and then also we are advocating and trying to stop the 432 anti-science bills that are ramping up and trying to be passed through the states right now. So that's what this is. We are doing, these are the political actions. So these are emails and phone numbers that people have called. They do an action, political action. They come in here and we praise them because that's awesome. So they go to action.drgregshow.com and we have a template there. They have an email template. They have a phone template that they can use, and reaching out to people, reaching out to swing Democrats and Republicans in the state senates that we can use for hopefully for their support. Yeah. So, and then additionally, we support vaccinations here. We praise people who get vaccinated. We think that vaccines are safe and effective, and that is a way that science can actually improve your health, improve your communities. So people who get vaccinated will come in, they'll say, "Hey, I got 2 vaccines about this, our vaccines." So then, so we celebrate them. So that's kind of like it's the rundown. We'll do like news, analysis, science news, anything like that. How do you feel about the hemp ban? Jillian, I don't know about it. I need to. You know what? Let's read that. Hemp ban, 2025. Like I want to see the text of the bill. That's crazy. So wow. So they're recriminalizing the thing that he decriminalized or legalized in 2018. What? They said that they're drafted and makes it so the hemp provisions won't be implemented until a year after the enactment. That's so weird. So they're pro pharma then, basically. So these are all like CBD and THC gummies and stuff that people use in order to not use like opioids and stuff like that. And so they are applying to that. The new legislation. Here it is, the actual text. Within 1 year of enactment, the weight will apply to total THC. Oh, since 2018, cannabis products that have been considered legal hemp if they contain less than 0.3% Delta 9 THC on a dry weight basis. The new legislation specifies that within 1 year of enactment, the weight will apply to total THC, including DH and Delta 8 and other isomers. So the new definition of legal hemp will additionally ban any intermediate hemp-derived cannabinoid products that are marketed or sold as a final product or directly to an end consumer for personal or household use. Why'd they put this in to just like open up the government? Why'd they pass that in the Senate? Dude, what is this? Continuing appropriations, comma, and then a bunch of other stuff. What in the world? In addition, the bill includes 3 regular appropriations bills that fund the following agencies. Yeah, I don't understand. Yeah, it is, Tyler. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, that's the actual bill. I don't know where I'm looking through the actual legislation now. It's section. Okay, so it's section 780. They just so they're changing the Agricultural Marketing Act. Why'd they agree to any of this? This is so weird. It's not even like a big, it's a sub clause. It's just Section 780. No funds appropriated by this act may be used to administer or enforce the requirements of additional traceability records for certain foods. Published 2022. Like, what? This doesn't even have anything to do with that. The FDA shall provide assistance. No, sorry. Okay, Section 781. It's like it's not even in where all the other sections are. It's just copy and pasted in. Oh, interesting, Blondie. Yeah, maybe for alcohol. Well, and it's pharmaceutical companies, right? I mean, that's legitimately like CBD and stuff have been used a lot for pain management. That's what my mom used. Genuinely, she didn't want to use opioids because it made her throw up. So the last year of her life, she was managing her pain through like THC and CBD gummies. Yeah, it was wild. I was like, "Here you go, mom. You can try some things out." And yeah, it was crazy. It was so funny. Last the in the holidays, we were like I was smoking obviously with the vape pen and stuff, and um my wife and I were hitting it, and then I was like, "Mom, you want to try, hitting it from here? I mean, you have the gummies, you do the gummies." And so yeah, she hit it. I was like, "Oh my god, this is so cool. This is so cool." It was like I never thought that would have ever happened, And yeah, we were chilling, watching stand-up comedy, smoking, chilling. She was laughing, giggly. And the grandpas were there and um taking some gummies too because they were like, "Why not?" So the grandparents are all all gummied out, and my mom's hitting the thing. It was so funny. It was really fun. Section 781. It's guys, it's so weird because it's just ham-fisted in here. Like it's not even indented right. It's very odd. And then all of a sudden, effective 365 days after the enactment of this, Section 297 of the Agricultural Marketing Act of 1946 is amended. It doesn't make any sense. And then, yeah, all this stuff about cannabis, industrial hemp-derived cannabis product. It's like they're within 90 days, the FDA is going to be is going to publish a list of all cannabinoids known to FDA to be capable of doing that. It's very weird. Is that going to make like stuff in California illegal? I don't think so. Like the stores here, are they, because they already are federally not legal. So this is just the open market stuff that you can get kind of like anywhere. And I think that's the idea. It's a California is legal. So it's legal in California. It's never been legal federally. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the problem is that they've never been able to use federal banking services too. So it's a weird and a thing. Oh, really, Deb? That's ridiculous. That's so dumb. I'm Guys, elections have consequences. I don't know what to say. It's so frustrating. The most gaslighting thing with people in 2024 saying that there's going to be no difference. And oh, for sure, Tyler. Yeah, yeah. I'm sure there's a gray market now where you can just buy it. You can just buy the things. they'll want to control the states. Yeah, Renee, you remember the raids? I remember that. I mean, all the time they would be raided by the feds. So I'm sure that's next. I mean, they're already the ice is already there, right? We just say, "Oh, it's for cannabis now," and then they just raid all the shops. And but that the shops made it uh, ironically all delivered, which is like way better. So yeah, delivery is way better for me, at least as a customer. So nice painting, yeah. Yeah, yeah. It's up to the county usually what is allowed as a storefront. So if they don't want to allow zoning that allows that, then they just write it into their regulation and that's it. You know, it's pretty easy. So I lived in a county before that just made it illegal. The storefronts were illegal, and then but the delivery was still legal. Yep, yeah, city. Yeah, yeah, it's exactly city. Oh, sorry, Cher. Yeah, I mean you can't even get 5% in beer, dude. You're out. You're done. It's like what 3.4% beer or something. It's, it's funny. Yeah, Utah's beautiful, but very weird, very weird. But you know, anyway, I can't. I don't want to say that. So we can travel between states with it. It's a federal crime, so I would say no. But between two legal states, maybe like here in Nevada, California into Nevada, that'd be okay. Yeah, yeah, midlife. I was in Riverside County that made it legal, or Riverside. No, sorry, Riverside City made it illegal. The stores. Oh, dang, Deb. I'm so sorry that it's actually working for you too. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't travel between legal states. Okay, that's a good point. Yeah, because wouldn't that be interstate commerce? So then it would be federal, um, something to do with federal, something. All right, guys. Yeah, trafficking. Yeah, exactly. Weird. People are weird, man. Very frustrating. Yeah, painting. Exactly, man. That's the thing. Like they don't want you to trust anyone but just what they say. There is no rule of law. It's only what they say is okay. And you gotta beg for your rights at every corner, every step of the way. You know, that's what they're all about. That's what fascists love. That's what authoritarians love. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Okay, let's do. I want to change "Make America Vaccinated Again.org." I gotta change the site name real quick. Let's see. Do you ever wish you could get through med school? No, no, I never wanted to be. I chose not to be a physician because I didn't want to. Like the quality of life is too different, and there's like 75% of physicians regret going through medical school and becoming a physician. So I mean, I didn't want to. So I love science and I love my contributions there, and I'm proud of it. I'm proud of being a scientist. So yeah, I don't regret not becoming a physician. Hey, Kristen, how's it going? Um, I am a molecular biologist by trade, and I am a microbiology PhD. So basically, like, the molecular biologist is kind of like my place on the team, right? Kind of like a quarterback is on a football team. And my football team is microbiology, but I play on that team. I play a molecular biologist. So I change genes around. I um, make DNA connected in different ways. I basically genetically modify microorganisms. That's what my research is. My work is. My PhD was in delivering DNA to algae chloroplasts through single-walled carbon nanotubes. So using nanotechnology as a delivery platform. Yeah, yeah, exactly. There it is. There it is. DNA. Boom. Damn. There it is. No, Deb, I did not. I'm still looking. What's up, Nar4? How's it going, man? Yeah, the double helix share. Yeah, yeah, Watson. Oh, thank you, Kristen. Pluribus? No, I haven't seen it. What would happen if a mass amount of people stopped taking the polio vaccine, for instance? Um, I mean, nothing theoretically until they were exposed to polio, and then they would get polio if they were exposed. Um, so there's, uh, it was almost eradicated. Like polio was almost eradicated, but there was basically hot spots in Africa that let it alive, kept it alive, and so it's still a threat, and people still should take the vaccine. Yeah. Oh, you're fine, Deb. Yeah, it's all good. Um, what was I looking up? I know I did see the last penny, dude. Hot take, dude. Hot take. Like, just get rid of coins, bro. Just get rid of coins. Like, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing? Give me a break. Come on, man. It's like you can't even buy anything with any of the coins. It's they're completely worthless. You can't buy anything with the for a quarter nowadays. You'd have to like completely change the size of them and maybe make like a $2 coin. You know, maybe that would be worthless, worth something. But all the coins now are worthless. Oh, okay, yeah, painting, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Polio was gnarly, man, very gnarly. Oh, cool, Meg. Welcome in. Hi, Julie. Not much. Was just on. Made a show appearance on In Time. It's like an independent news organization on YouTube. It's kind of fun. It's a fun show. They've been hosting me since 2021. For like, so it's been fun. It was fun catching up with them, and um, yeah, so it was really cool. Yeah, is Gumball Machine exact, dude? Like even the video games now are like $1 a play. Like nobody's doing 25 cent like video game plays, man. It's crazy. Are the polio vaccines invested in like flu or COVID, which mutate? No, I mean it has to do with like the incubation period of the virus. So polio's a little bit longer than the flu. So that's why it's like good. But yeah, you definitely want to get polio, but you don't need to get boosters of polio every year like you do of the COVID and the flu. Yeah, we could revamp our bills. They would look really cool. I agree. I don't have any thoughts on quantum entanglement. I don't know. Meg Myers, Dr. Mike. Yeah, yeah. The physician. Yeah, I've heard it. I watch his stuff. It's good. It actually affects daily transactions, causes businesses to round to the nearest 5 cents. Oh, interesting. That's interesting, Aaron. And think about that. Ducray, I got a misinformation tag on talking about the Jepstein stuff. Like within 20 minutes, we were talking about it, and it's just like, it's insane. Yeah, by training, I'm a molecular biologist, and I have a microbiology PhD. Yeah, it's wild. Yeah, it was crazy. So I was like, uh, what? Like, yeah, you can't. And I was saying this earlier, but you can't hold the president of the United States accountable or the people that perpetrate this nonsense. You can't even say the words to hold them accountable. But there's like misinformation and fake like conspiracy thing like all over this app. I just can't get. I can't. It's so frustrating. What is your opinion on people who don't think that COVID was real? Um, I I mean, they're misinformed and they're being taken advantage of, basically. You know, I think it's sad. There's 300,000 people died because of vaccine hesitancy. So it's their lives were lost because of it, and it's awful. And you know, I think it's really sad. What do you think of the mRNA technology vaccines? They're amazing. The mRNA technology is awesome for gene therapy, for cancer, anti-cancer drugs, for vaccines. It's going to be the future for a lot of different molecular biology techniques. I guess they're yeah, macrobiologists would be like animals. Yeah, Tyler, it was we were talking about those emails that came out today. Exactly. If I explained RNA rudimentarily, would it be slightly true to say it's instructions for what already exists within our DNA? Hmm. I would say mRNA is like taking the manual that you find online, making a printout of it, and that printout is the RNA, and the online manual is the DNA. And then like what you do with that printout is the proteins that are made from it. I'm not a Trump supporter now. I think largely Fauci did a good job, but the you know the Trump administration obviously didn't believe that it was real, and he made a lot of really poor decisions. And I think it's the biggest misnomer about the pandemic was that Fauci had anything to say with it at all. He did not have any power over the entire scenario at all. It was Trump. Trump had all the power the entire time. He was president of the United States. So, like, I mean, just think about it. Is Trump one to let his underlings just run the show? Do you really think that Trump is that type of person? No. So, Trump was running the entire thing the entire time, just like he runs everything the entire time, just like how he does it now with the Jepstein stuff. So, yeah. Um, including my friend and then her bro in law online saying that she died from the yeah, exactly, Renee. I mean, everyone, all of those people all know, oh my god, I know 20 people that died. And you're like, no you don't, no you don't, you're such a so lying, so lying. Fauci needs a pardon because people are unhinged and they would be going after him just like they are going after all the indictments that Trump is spuriously going out right now. He's going after his political enemies right now. So why would Fauci, who was just doing his job, deserve to be harassed like that? I mean, it's insane. I feel like people get to pull strings for him. Yeah, but not. I mean, he still runs the show. He definitely has the ability to, you know, he was the one that it was all coming. All the disinformation was coming from the top. No, Trump never tried to stop the travel into the United States. No, he didn't. So that's a big problem that he did. They never actually checked the virus status. They never gave COVID-19 tests to any of the people that were coming in through Europe, and they never quarantined those people. So that was one of the ways that we know that Trump actually caused a lot of people to die, like 300,000 people directly because of Trump's actions. So yeah, I agree, Renee. It's like the bullies of our nightmares are running the world. Yeah, but I don't, I don't like. I think we can. There's more power in numbers than the power that he has. You know, we can't be helpless in the face of these guys. Illegal immigrants weren't tested, no, but that's also like there's way more people coming in from Europe, and we knew that they were positive, and a lot of them were positive through the epidemiology reports. So, you know, that was the biggest problem. I mean, those are people that we could have, and we should have tested in order to save the lives of Americans. So, it's muy importante. Joe, because there's just not that many of them. That's the thing. Like, we're talking about a lot more people that were coming in. I mean, it's just an inconsequential amount of it's not that many people. No. Oh, is it 20 million now? I thought it was 10 million. Or is it 15 million? And we're talking about like, no, it doesn't. No, no. So again, so the number always somehow the amount of illegal people that come in over 10 years always seems to change. Odd that we're just trusting Trump to come up with this number, right? How convenient that you guys just completely trust the numbers that Trump gives you. So that's a little embarrassing. Hi STLA, how's it going? Hi Lori. All government employees, including the police and military, only make up 1% of the USA population. Yeah, exactly. That's why making them a mandatory vaccination wasn't that a big of an assault on freedoms. Exactly, Tyler. Exactly. You made that's a great point. Trump didn't do his best. No, he didn't. He purposely did not listen to the CDC. He overrode the CDC on purpose to do the things that he wanted to do. So he did not do his best at all. Yeah, exactly. How many? Exactly. It's 100 or how many millions is it now? And we're talking about a specific period of time. I mean, months. The first 6 months of the pandemic here. So you think in the first 6 months of the pandemic, you think 20 million people came over? Hey, give me a break, dude. Just you're on big. Is that someone? Bro, you have a Joker profile pic? Are you serious? You have a Joker profile pic, and you're asking questions and trying to troll me with a Joker profile pic. I just want to let everyone know. Pretty embarrassing, dude. I don't know, Rizzle. I don't know. Oh, see, Rick knows a 14 million. So Joey and Rick know you guys got to go on the same page, bro. You gotta go get on the same page because you guys are he's already contradicting you. So you guys gotta talk amongst yourselves. Figure out what daddy is what the number daddy is saying now, so you guys can like repeat the same talking points. Marissa, let's go. Oh, circles. I got both vaccines today. Good job, dude. Nice guys. Bro, I'm not embarrassed at all. Why don't you just come in the box? Or if you're a coward, you can stay in chat if you want. Dude, circles. Let's go. In 3, 2, 1. 11:03. Good job, circles. And Marissa got 3 actions. 4:46. In 3, 2, 1. Nice. Let's go, Marissa. Good job. We're figuring out we're gonna finish our 501c4 today. Get that done. Trying to find. I can't change. I can't change the site name. Oh well, frustrating. Yeah, Aaron. Yeah, you got really sick with the flu and COVID. Well, you didn't get sick. Your immune system started a response. So you didn't get infected with the flu, or you didn't get infected with COVID. It's just a little bit of that flu, or that molecule that your body's reacting to and having an immune response to, which is normal and it's not a side effect. So it's good. It's good that your body went through that. Yeah, trust the science. I'm literally a scientist, bro. That's how it works. Yeah. And again, you're still a coward. That's not in the box. So you're hiding behind your keyboard. I need to get my COVID vaccine updated, but I didn't know when I could go. Funder, you can check right now with your pharmacist. They should have the updated ones. Okay, prove me wrong then. It should be very easy for you to get in the box and prove that I'm a shill. And let's see it. You're so good at outing me, Mr. Poker Joker Man. Joker face. Joker face. You're so tough. You're so tough. Oh, paid government shill. Oh, I've never heard that one before, dude. Wow. That's so original, just like your Joker avatar. So funny, dude. I guess I don't actually, you have to be 18 to get in the box, bro. So I'm sorry. You can't. I'm sorry, you can't get in. That's probably why you can't, huh? Oh yeah, you don't even have 1,000 followers, bro. Yeah, so you can't even get in the box if you wanted to. So you can just watch though. You can watch us. You can watch us if you want. Um, do you think the immunocompromised have a different response to the vax? Sometimes they do. Yeah, they could. With the live attenuated vaccine, they could. Hey Manny, how's it going? Nice. Yeah. What time do I usually start my day? My stream or my day? I usually get up at 6:30 because that's like when the market starts. So I get up and see how the market's doing. Yeah. I know exactly, Brittany. They have a profile, Joker profile face. So funny. Nice, Meg. Yeah, I usually wake up at 6:30. It's when my kids wake up too. So I was arguing with someone who thinks pharmaceutical companies write the textbooks. Yeah, dude. I mean, that's the whole like Rockefeller, nonsense that they do. Yeah. Oh, I take infusions to shut my immune system down. Okay, Pedals. Yeah. Well, you're definitely going to want to talk to your physician. They're definitely going to want to tell you because sometimes like live attenuated vaccines are, um, it's tough. It's tough. You don't want to do that. Oh, hi. Hi, hero. I'm a scientist, and people just basically ask me questions from science to politics to whatever we want to talk about. So we are hi 807. We are politically organizing to stop the Maha bills that are trying to be passed through the country right now. We are doing calls and emails in order to try to stop these things from happening. So that's we have you can go to action.drgregshow.com and that gets you to our templates. So you can get our phone templates or our email templates, and yeah, there's a reason, right? More than science, spiritual. No, I'm just a scientist. Just a scientist. My brother did have an intense reaction to the car. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Normally, I have a pretty gnarly reaction too. It takes me out for like a day, but you just got to think like he would be even worse off if he didn't have a vaccine. Oh wow. Oh, that's weird. Hmm. Science does rule. Science rules. Are there any chemicals in our food that you would remove? I don't know about that. I don't know. I'm not well educated about that. I don't know. I mean, isn't California already removed Red 40? I mean, we already ban a lot of that stuff, a lot more food dye than Europe. But I mean, in general, I don't think that food dye is like a poison, if that's what you're asking. So, can we return to sanity? Yeah, dude. Yeah, I think so for sure. I think it's just people getting more engaged, than we have been. It's just people actually getting involved. Um, Hopefully, it snaps people out and gets more people into politics and gets more people involved in their local governments. Corn syrup. I mean, what do you think is the leading increase colorectal? I have no idea. I'm not a physician. I don't know. There it is. I'll keep the food dye. Choose not to eat it. Yeah, I mean, the food dye. The problem with food dye is that it basically makes things look more satiating than they are. So things that are brighter are normally things that we want to eat. So by having artificial food dyes, it makes people want to eat more, which means that people get more overweight, which means that more disease comes from that. So that's the main problem with food dyes. It's not like food dyes are poison. It's just that like it leads and helps people to overeating, and that's the problem. The nanotechnology in the COVID jab. So it's a lipid nanoparticle. So basically, it's phospholipids, the same stuff that makes up like a cell membrane, and then it just coats the nucleotides. The nucleotides in the mRNA vaccines are RNA. That's it. It's not like I used single walled carbon nanotubes in my PhD. So that's like literally kind of like a paper towel roll that's like with DNA on the outside of it. This doesn't have anything like that. There's no like physical thing on that's being bound to the nucleotides. It's just phospholipids that coat the the nucleotides. Hi, welcome in. Vaccinated sweatshirts. That's funny. Got polio? Me neither. Thanks, science. That's funny. Fully vaccinated. You're welcome. That's good. No, there's no nano robots or anything in the vaccines. Nope. Tyler, that's I think from what I understand, it's like a part of the different pseudo uridines that they used on it, and it's just like a way for things to get better. I don't think that I don't know if they've changed the pseudo uridine based off of it, but I mean, there's improvements to be made within the mRNA vaccine world for sure. Oh my gosh, am I ready? I had a good day to focus on emails. Oh my gosh, dude. Yeah, nano is just anything below 100 nanometers, guys. So nanoparticles exist in the world naturally. Uh, Functionalizing nanoparticles for a specific purpose, that's nanotechnology. So people, nanoparticles aren't new. Why is it called nanotechnology if there isn't tech in it? No, it is. So you functionalize and change and have the purpose, give them a purpose the nanoparticles a purpose, then they become a technology. I'm ready, bare necessity. 58? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, you are incredible. Dude, you're incredible. No way. 58? Oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to bring out the calculator. You're incredible. 446. Dude, 504. Oh my gosh, bare necessity. 504. Guys, let's give it up a huge shout out to bare necessity. Seriously, doing incredible, guys. Guys, we need to have someone challenge bare necessity on how many stuff. She's like hundreds at this point. 3, 2, 1. You are incredible, Bear. Bare necessity, you're awesome. Okay, nice, 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 bare necessity. Good. Why is it called? I don't trust some of those pharmaceutical companies. Looks who owns them. Yeah, but it's not the pharmaceutical companies that are regulating them, dude. It's like researchers and stuff that aren't directed at that aren't gonna get their profits or anything, or aren't gonna get any of it. And the other companies keep each other in check too, right? They're gonna Moderna's gonna check Pfizer's vaccine, all that kind of stuff. No, no, Boobaloo. You're not magnetic. Nothing in your arm becomes magnetic after a vaccine. No, Tupapa, it's not like that. No, it's stupid. The nanotechno like the Iron Man nanotechnology suit and stuff. It's no, it's not like that, dude. The mRNA vaccine for pancreatic cancer. No, I don't. Sorry, no. I mean, basically mRNA is being used for personalized cancer vaccines for all types of cancer. So it's basically the delivery mechanism of choice that people use in order to deliver gene therapy approaches. So it's being used everywhere. Jonas Salk gave away the polio vaccine just saying, yeah. I mean, I genuinely do think that there could be an argument to like nationalize vaccine production so that you make it free and open source and uh, no patents. I think that you could do that. That would be a good idea. No, it's not. No, you do not become magnetic because of vaccines. No, you have not seen it, and it has not been proved. That is completely wrong. No, no, it's not true. It's not true, dude. Like I have a magnetic phone here. Like what do you know what I mean? It's like, dude, like come on. Like how would you possibly like, come on, dude. That's so easily disproven. I mean, how could you believe something like that? I know, Lola. I know. It happens, man. It happens. It doesn't exist, Tyler. No, there's no EMF waves. No. It doesn't work like that, dude. The EMF waves aren't big enough to intercalate into your body, dude. It doesn't work. Oh, wow, Hazel. Oh, that's amazing. I'm so happy for you. Good job. I'm so happy that my field, molecular biology, is helping you. That is so cool. I am Kyle. Thank you for the heads up. I will keep spreading the love. No, there's not, Boobaloo. No, there's not. You're just repeating nonsense. It's not true. Um, RFK Jr. is trying to ban a lot of stuff at the state level. Yeah, it is bad and it's sad. Yeah, it's not good. We're trying to stop that. Oh, I'm sorry, Heather. Post it in Discord. Ivermectin isn't good for COVID, but it's good for other things like parasites and horses. That's from the original voice of Mortal Kombat from 32 years ago. Oh, wow. Huh. Oh, no way. Wait, really? Do you do it on one of your do you do it on one of your things? Mm, 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 mm. That's Hey Dash, it is me. It is me. It's I can't believe we've met. I can't believe this is it's crazy. I have a molecular biologist by trade, and I have a microbiology PhD. Nice. Wait, what? No. How how can dude, it's people that are like doing anti-science stuff in the public health fields. I can't believe it. Yeah, hey Dash, it got so crazy over there. Got so crazy. Thoughts on bioluminescent animals? I think it's cool, man. I think like the glowfish and stuff that people can buy now, they basically genetically modify green fluorescent proteins and different types of fluorescent proteins into them. So I think it's really cool. Yeah, it's not harmful to the animal and it looks cool. So why not? It's a genius idea. I don't know why I didn't think about that. It's so easy to genetically modify fish. I mean, it's so, zebrafish are kind of like one of our mainstay um, eukaryotes that people do with vertebra. So, yeah. Yeah, what you're talking about is a lot of anti-science, Boogaloo. Why don't you just request up, dude? Why just don't stay and chat? Teleport humans? Um, no, not probably not, dude. Um, the green fluorescent protein is just it doesn't harm them. It's a non-toxic thing. It doesn't when it comes up and accumulates, it doesn't harm the fish. You know, the life cycle of the fish. You can test that in a lot of different ways. Reactive oxygen species, how long they live, their behavior, all that kind of stuff. Hi, Nightflyer. Yeah, it's cool, man. All right. Oh god. Oh god. Hi, Nightflyer. All right, guys. What are we doing? What are we doing? What's up? What is up? How is this going? Mm, 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 mm. All right. We love Charlie. I don't know what that is. Oh, yeah. Is that? I don't know. Yo. Okay. This. Here we go. Show notes. What were we doing? It was a video that I accidentally played. I was trying to look for his Mortal Kombat scream and I couldn't find it. Yeah. Um. 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 It's a good question, Nightflyer. I was checking to see if we had any. Wanted to make sure that we had nothing in the queue that I wanted to go over, and there isn't. Cherryberry, are you talking about the Vax documentary that they have on Netflix? It's like an anti-vax documentary. It's insane. Oh, going vegan or vegetarian? Um, I think that I think that there honestly are good moral considerations for going vegetarian or vegan, but only eating like farm raised meat. Um, but I just don't do it. I'm not a good person. So I don't really. There's no other explanation than that. I just I like eating meat too much, and it's just good, and humans evolved doing it. But that's not an excuse to keep doing it. But you know, I don't know. I desperately think that we need some type of meat protein alternative, and I do think that like a 3D printed meat, artificial meat or something would be amazing for it. COVID vaccines are incredible. They're incredible. They're really good. Everyone should get them. You should get your booster, um, your flu, and your COVID booster every year. Oh, interesting, pedals. Interesting. Yeah, sure, exactly. I have a smoker and I do barbecue. You know what I mean? So that's just yeah, that's the tough part. Yeah. I mean, I love it. Love it. It felt great. Oh, nice. Yeah, it is. It is all. It's all. Yeah. There's like so much, man. There's so much. Ugh. There's so much good meat. I don't know. It's just I'm not that good. I'm not a good person. It's just what it is. CERN. I'm not a physicist, but you know. Cool. Nice X. Cool. Yeah, Brazilian beef, incredible. Yeah, again, no, dude. Gates doesn't have like a huge impact on your life, man. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, he just doesn't. He just doesn't. No, dude, he doesn't. No, Gates doesn't have a big impact. I mean, he funds research and stuff, which is cool, but he doesn't have like this conspiratorial level of like evil doing, like you're thinking. Like Elon Musk has a way bigger impact on your life in a bad way than anything that Gates is doing. Cherry, people ask me about anything. People about a lot of like stuff for science, the pandemic, or science in general. It's whatever. It's basically a call-in show. People ask me anything. So yeah, it's whatever people want to talk about. Sometimes we never talk about science. Sometimes we talk about science the entire time. Sometimes we talk about politics the entire time. Sometimes um, it's a therapy session. Sometimes people come up and just talking about random stuff. He funded Eastern Labs. Yeah, yeah, boo boo. You're on the conspiracy train, brother. You're trying to fish for big ideas that like he's not. Bill Gates is not controlling your life, dude. Exactly. Jorge has it right. If you're worried about Gates and not Thiel, you're not thinking for yourself. Exactly, dude. That's what I said. Like Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, these guys are like nefarious against your life, man. They're trying to deconstruct the pillars of institutions that create your life a more stable, productive life for you, and they want to rid your life of those things. So, um, yeah, yeah. I mean, he thinks that he's like, it's insane. yeah, Renee, I feel the same way, honestly, about a lot of farming. Oh gosh, yeah, Cold Girl. He's so weird, man. He is so weird. I mean, Cold Girl, like his whole, like Peter Thiel's whole thing is that he doesn't think that billionaires have enough money. He doesn't because his world that he lives in is like too similar to the plebeians. Basically, he looks at like like billionaires use the same smartphone as everyone else. Billionaires use the same roads as everyone else. It's not like he doesn't live in like this Jetsons world right now, so he feels that it's academia that stopped that from happening because everything's been held back because of universities. So he's trying to deconstruct universities and academia as thought leaders so that billionaires can get even more of your money. Seriously, he's insane. Yeah, exactly. Gemini rising. There. What's up? Why, nobody's mentioning the that. What's up? Hi, Michael Brumfeld. How's it going?
Hey, really great. Haven't been on your show, but I'm
Cool.
glad to be talking to a scientist, So,
Cool.
but how are you tonight?
Good, man. Yeah, having a good night so far.
Well, I've got an interesting story. I don't know if you're interested in hearing it, but
Sure.
all right, cool, man. Yeah, I've been filming flying saucers for a good while. I'm a 64-year-old man, but uh, uh, been filming them ever since I met a cat in an LA film festival and Jeff Willis, and he filmed a very famous flying saucer
Mm-hmm.
that is billed by Robert Kiviat as possibly the most powerful UFO video ever. But with that said, 20 years I've been out there with my books. I'm on my 31st,
Wow.
and yeah, my 31st is really in your face, and it's very scientific about the universe being full of flying rocks. Everything in it is flying around at a macroscopic, from a macroscopic scale to
Hmm.
planets, solar system, galaxies, asteroids, to a
Okay.
microscopic scale at atoms. And um, I was just blown away when I started researching uh, the subject matter of why are we alone and the universe, what is it? Started studying Albert Einstein, and I saw a very, very interesting reality with humankind that it hasn't really changed, and that is the ignorance of the universe and not people not desiring science more than they desire pleasure.
Mm-hmm.
And if you do that, before you know it, 70 years is going to go by quickly, and you're not going to know anything about the universe. So I have a book called Meteors 24/7, 365, Fly Up, Money Can Save Us. And I really love the subject matter of your show, talking about extreme wealth and how it can affect and be a poison to the mind,
Mm-hmm.
and not it can derail you from the purpose of life, to try to propagate it like science, keep it going.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the motive of science, is on a large scale. Unfortunately, I think science is very divisive, just like religion. So
Mm.
I've tried to marry science and religion by noticing that uh, religion is a universal story of people living up in the sky. And that's exactly the way that we would survive a meteor extinction event. If a meteor was coming at us, like the movie Armageddon, the only people who would survive if it was to hit the Earth and cause an extinction event would be the astronauts in the space station.
Sure.
So, yes. And so I have a theory. I just want to share it with you real quick.
Okay.
And I thank you so much for indulging me.
Sure.
It's called Infinite Astronauts Artificial Immortality Theory.
Okay.
And I say that in order to achieve the propagation and continuation of our species on an infinite basis, we would have to get off of planets. They are born and they die, just
Yeah.
like solar systems, galaxy, and all matter in the universe.
Mm-hmm.
It's constantly being born and dying into different forms.
Sure.
So, with that said, I saw an immediate parallel to religion because it was forced upon me by my parents, and I saw that they didn't study it; they just followed it, and they were followers tradition,
Mm-hmm.
and they didn't know anything about it. And I saw that the first teaching, the first commandment of religion was seek first the kingdom of heaven, and then realize, wow, that space, that sounds like science future, and really science reality. We're just not seeing it now.
Okay.
So I started to see this whole idea of this guy named Jesus, saying that you know that heaven is his throne and the earth is just a footstool. I started seeing a two-stage civilization reality that matched the reality of our universe, full of flying rocks.
Okay.
We can't stay on planets. And if
Hmm.
there are people living in space everywhere, we would uh, we would have that as our
Oh, you're breaking up. You're breaking up. There you go.
understanding of
Oh, you're breaking up a little bit.
how to
There we go.
survive. I'm sorry.
You're back now. You're back. You're
So
you're
I
just
just
breaking
want
up.
to end with that. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to end with this reality that I've got a book called, again, Meteors 24/7, 365, Fly Up, Money Can Save Us. But my seventh book, I was terribly ridiculed by Neil deGrasse Tyson, um,
Wow.
Seth Shostak, for my theory, Infinite Astronauts, the Theory of Everything. And these guys ridiculed me for proposing on a theory, like a scientist, being, you know, impartial and nice and trying to establish respect. They come up to my table in LA
Mm-hmm.
and at the Ancient Aliens show, and they told me, that I was pretty arrogant to think that I could know infinity. And I said, well, I don't know what planet you live on, but I'm pretty shocked that you're a scientist and you don't, because that's what E equals MC squared gives us. The
Mm-hmm.
working mechanics of how matter is always changing form, can't create nor destroy energy or an atom.
Mm.
It could just change. And if you learn that, you can be the changer of it and control it. And I tell you what, I just wanted to share with you that Seth Shostak, the director of SETI, and Neil deGrasse Tyson were pretty rude to me.
I'm
And
sorry about that.
I have to tell you, pardon me.
Sorry about that.
Oh, yeah, thank you so much for the empathy, because I was extremely respectful and nice to them and told them that it saddens me that uh, humans are more prone to division and competition than they are coming together for the sole purpose of uh, the propagation of our species, maybe artificial immortality. And so I have that theory now. It's my seventh book was Infinite Astronauts Theory of Everything. My 16th book was Infinite Astronauts Artificial Immortality Theory. And I gave it to the Congress first, or the Senate first UAP meeting for 1923.
Uh-huh.
And listen to this. This is crazy, Dr. Greg.
Mm-hmm.
I went to Washington, D.C. at the request of AARO, the Emergency Space or Flight Organization. They liked my work. I've been filming flying saucers, flying pyramids for 18 years now. And literally, I had a perfect little drone flying saucer video
Uh-huh.
that just was about 3 feet diameter. And I equated it to and shared my theory that if there are a people living in space, for God's sakes, maybe they have a technological transparency capability to read each other's minds
Mm-hmm.
at with technology, not magic. And maybe that's what the drone uh, halo symbol is. It's a reality that all of them are being mind monitored, surveilled, because you can't trust, you nature. You can't trust a human. You can't
Mm.
trust a tiger if you step on its paw. So
Mm-hmm.
the reality is, when I was only one of 15 people and got into the meeting and tried to share with the world. When they finished their meeting, they showed their two cases. One was debunked. I didn't think it was, but the
Mm-hmm.
other one was not debunked. And the guy, Dr. Kirkpatrick, immediately said at the end of it that we have no idea what this craft is. It's very small. NASA's confirmed 80% of the sightings all over the Earth are little, small drone flying saucer shaped craft.
Mm-hmm.
And I immediately wanted to jump up and say, oh my God, that's the angel halo. They all have it. And
Yeah.
so that's what you would have to require in a perfect society. And so, anyway, to make a long story short, I immediately, at the end of his summation, delivery to Senator Kirsten Gillibrand and Senator Ernst,
Wow.
he said they were not a threat. Now, Dr. Gregg,
Mm-hmm.
surveillance is the number one arsenal in warfare. Surprise!
Yeah.
If you could set over an opposing adversary's campsite and know their every move, you could catch them, with their pants down and easily take them out with the fastest airplane. The
Yep.
second thing that he said that craft exhibited. And the third thing is, well, we all know the bomb, but the fastest delivery device and the surveillance technology and capability is first and foremost. So I immediately, buddy, I couldn't hold my breath anymore. I thought the level of ignorance of this man right here, who is over the UAP program, which is the most serious threat to our national security, for God's sakes. And I don't even like that idea. Why
Mm-hmm.
are we at war? So I stood up immediately and said, I'm sorry, ma'am. My name's Michael Brumfield, writer of 30 books. At that time, it was my 16th book.
Mm-hmm.
Infinite
Naturally.
Astronauts, Infinite Astronauts Artificial. And I worked out a theory. And I said, ma'am, I don't know what planet you live on, but do you have children? Because I said, our children are at risk over something he just lied to the American public, said, if they outfly us, they aren't a threat. That is
Mm.
the number one threat to us. It isn't the bomb. We all have bombs. And to be very frank with you, surveillance precedes that.
Yeah.
These little drone flying saucers are confirmed by NASA to be all over the Earth, 3 foot in diameter, and they're all over every angel on God's head as a halo. And they
Wow.
read each other's minds, omniscience. I said, ma'am, I want to tell you something. I said, I have children. I'm doing this for your children, my children, and all life on this earth. I
Mm-hmm.
am very, very taken aback and surprised by the level of intelligence in this room right now. Why am I the only one standing up? Why didn't we all jump up and immediately say this man's level of intelligence is very low? And I'm not pointing fingers. He proved it with the
Uh-huh.
words that came out of his mouth. So you can hear my passion. It's late. I've got a bad heart. Uh, I'm struggling. 30 books. I have these professionals that aren't helping me. I forced my arrest finally after leaving there, and she said, "We're not going to put you in jail, Mr. Brumfield. Please stand there and let me come around and take your books." And you seem very sincere, and you've caught my attention.
Uh-huh.
With your uh, surveillance and speed of flight being a threat to us. We can't deny that. And so Mr. Kirkpatrick, Dr. Kirkpatrick, wouldn't even look at me. He got very angry at me.
Mm-hmm.
She ordered him to take my material. He didn't. And I just immediately was very humble and said, I'll just lay it, ma'am. I'm sorry, Mr. Dr. Kirkpatrick. I'm sorry, but it's just a fact, buddy. You know, them running us is definitely a threat to us. Okay.
Mm.
So anyway, she ended the meeting after I did that. And I had a book. It's going to shock you, I hope, anyway. And you look it up. I've got a book, my third book, called The Future Alien Contact. And my brother in law, very famous country music star, took a photo of Johnny Cash looking up at a little drone flying saucer in 1982. And it's on the cover of my book. And it's
Mm-hmm.
shocking because it literally, clearly is the same little drone flying saucer that is the government's top case. And that's the reason Senator Kirsten Gillibrand respected me so much, because I told her that
What was the
with
book
my
name? What was
defense.
that had the picture?
It is The Future Alien Contact. It is my third book, Michael Brumfield, and it's absolutely shocking because Johnny is in front of his bus looking up at a little drone flying saucer.
Mm.
And this is the exact same flying saucer that is the government's top case right now. And I had the book, so she wanted it. She's a big Johnny Cash fan.
Mm-hmm.
So she said, Mr. Brumfield, if you could just stand there and I'll be right around. I want to get a copy of your video. I would love to get that book. And I said, yes, absolutely. I said, my brother-in-law took the picture. I did. This is the only copy I've got, so be no problem. I want this to be out there. I want people to see it. I
Mm-hmm.
want people to realize that it supports my theory about angel halos, that
Yeah.
these people live in the sky. They should have this capability of reading each other's minds, and and maintaining a perfect society only because you can prevent somebody's actions. Thank you so much. Oh my God.
Yeah, dude.
Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Yeah, dude.
Uh, Now, isn't that shocking?
Mm-hmm.
That is a photo by my brother-in-law, Marty Stewart,
Mm-hmm.
country music star, 5-time Grammy winner. Now look at the little cave drawing beneath of it.
Yeah.
And it clearly shows dots. I was born an artist, and I tell people that ancient art is uh, the foundation of bridging language gaps and teaching uh, and each other's knowledge and sharing and becoming smarter quickly through the proliferation of knowledge.
Sure.
And so I was shocked that uh, basically when I got this picture in Nashville, Tennessee at a book signing, I opened for Marty Stewart's first book, The Pilgrim, and the Barnes and Noble in West Nashville. I wasn't famous, although my first book was doing well. My second book was not doing well, Aliens Gold 10th Planet. But uh, while I was reading Marty's book, The Pilgrim, and all the family was there, Earl Scruggs, Louise and his
Mm-hmm.
wife, and Doc Watson, and all the country music guys and people, because my wife was Lester Flatt's granddaughter. And it was just shocking how I started reading through Marty's book, and it was called The Pilgrim. And my God, Dr. Greg, I didn't get it. The first part was all about pictures of my wife, and the kids, and
Mm.
when they were little, and she was raised by Lester Flatt, and I was just shocked at the realities. Now, the book I'm holding there, you see how uh, that little drone flying saucer, which
Yeah.
is the video, the 5 reasons this is the most powerful UFO video ever. It's a perfect match for that ancient, huge monolithic artwork that's looking up. And I say, could these hats represent spacecraft? And
Mm.
they're on the top of the head like the angel halo. Now, my new book, I put an angel halo over that uh, drone flying saucer video that we have. And for God's sakes, it's three things matching and supporting the reality of people that should be living in space and realize uh, Earths are born and die. Solar systems are born and they die.
Yeah.
Uh, so if you could put my newest one up there, oh my God,
Is
I'd owe you forever.
yeah,
It's
is
called
this
Halos. It's
Halos?
Halos. Pardon me?
I thought this was at Meteors 24/7, 365 fly up money can save us.
It is, but I released a book last week
Oh,
that
cool.
is the most dangerous book ever because
Okay. What was it?
I do it. It's called Halos, Hats, Drones, or Halos, Hats, Saucers, Matching Drones Proves for 1923 Senate Fraud. It's it's dangerous because I'm requesting and asking the public's help and subpoenaing Kirsten Gillibrand, Dr. Kirkpatrick, because you know what happened?
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh my God, there it is.
Yeah.
Look, if you read that top breaking news, there's my story.
Mm-hmm.
I am a victim of these government officials. I finally forced my arrest at the second Congress UAP meeting because there's only two government bodies
Mm-hmm.
subjected to this scrutiny of UAPs, Senate and Congress. I went to Tim Burchett and forced my arrest finally after 8 attempts. And he would never talk to me. It was just his right hand man, Mr. Garrett, that
Mm-hmm.
helped me through this process. And he was a great guy. But the reality is, I finally, and they begged me not to do it. But I went to his office and I sat there and I said, I'm not leaving.
Yeah.
Senator Kirsten Gillibrand and Dr. Kirkpatrick committed fraud. They took me out of that Senate meeting and released it as a live meeting. It was not. They took me out
How'd you get into
because
a Senate meeting?
how did I get there?
Yeah.
Oh, AARO. Like I said, I've been at this a long time,
Yeah.
20 years.
Gotcha.
My first book, 2000. So when I started filming flying saucers and got connected with, you know, Eric von Doniken
Mm-hmm.
and Giorgio Touslakis at the LA Film Festival at the International UFO Congress of 2006, they took that poster you see right there, The Discovery, which was my sixth book,
Mm-hmm.
my first film, and they were shocked. And they were, Mr. Eric von Doniken even wrote a book called Michael about Michael the Archangel. And he said, Michael, he said, I'm intrigued by your story. I loved Eric. He was great. He's a great guy. He's an older
Mm-hmm.
guy, very successful, wrote Charity of the Gods. And
Oh wow.
he said, can I take your book? Now that, check this out. That little, on the right side in the center is an alien looking God statue out of that museum of Teotihuacan called the City of the Gods.
Cool.
Now, the lower left is another one without the hat, but the hat is a flying pyramid just like the government's above it. In the left hand corner is a flying pyramid and a little flying saucer that I filmed over the Piketon Atomic Energy Enrichment Plant
Mm-hmm.
where I live. And I was staggered when I went to Teotihuacan with my wife there and went inside the museum and went straight to the God exhibit. And I said, oh my God, there it
Mm-hmm.
is. I mean, just like the
That's
heads of
crazy.
Easter Island, their hats look like aliens and they bald, they all look the same. And they've got a flying pyramid and a flying little drone flying saucer, like a diadem in the center. And I said to myself, why isn't the world aware of this? And the
Yeah.
reality is, Dr. Greg, uh, we are very primitive, and Mexico is extremely primitive. They
Mm-hmm.
don't even guard their pyramids. They
Mm-hmm.
don't even have the infrastructure like we do to guard it. And these people are so steeped in ancient spirit uh, traditional beliefs of just begging these people in the sky and praying to them and all that stuff. They're not into seeking knowledge. They're very very ignorant of scientific knowledge and history and and geology, archaeology, chemistry, biology, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So,
What's the
but
number
with
on the
that,
side here? The 740-993-9646. Is that a phone number that you're?
you know what? Yes, I do that for one reason, Dr. Greg. I spent 25 years in Nashville, Tennessee, rubbing elbows with all the famous country music stars. And, the sad reality when I got my first break in Nashville in 1990, uh, I was staggered that I could take my guitar, go down to Music Row, buddy, and walk right into uh, Tony Brown's office, CEO of MCA Records, and he was a band member for Elvis. So I rubbed elbows with these guys, and I had a golden opportunity, and it opened doors for me. And so the reality is that it's changed drastically, to the point where everybody has people that vet you out. You got to no more open doors, and so this is where I am. I'm uh, I'm facing an uphill battle of censorship, like they did with the live meeting. Uh, when I forced my arrest, Dr. Greg, I spent a horrible night in Congress or in Knoxville, Tennessee, at Tim Burchett's office, the Congressman UAP person. And let
Okay.
me tell you, everybody in that office, I think if they didn't shed a tear, their eyes were welled up with tears because I asked them all, you know, how would you like this done to you when your motive is just to share evidence of a people that are watching us and they are obviously benevolent. They want to help us, but they can't because we kill every one of them that comes here. We
Mm.
don't respect them, and we are so steeped in this spirit, magical world, supernatural world, that they don't get it. They don't even see. Two of the federal marshals that arrested me literally wanted me to not do it, not go through with it, and wanted me to afford them the opportunity to find them a flying saucer. As
Mm-hmm.
soon as 4:15 when they closed, they were willing to take me outside. If I could find them one, they said they would set up a meeting the next day. I could get a motel.
Uh-huh.
Well, guess what? You know what I told them? I said, if you think it's that damned easy, you're not thinking logically or realistically. There wouldn't be a mystery, my friend. I would have them just go ahead and show up here right
Yeah.
now. Why would we have to go outside?
Yeah.
So the reality is, sending more intelligent people, sending uh, their uh, peers down to Earth to uh, manipulate our path and to educate us about the need to get off of a planet, to
Yeah.
learn about the planet, to learn about ourselves, the universe, matter equals MC squared,
Mm-hmm.
is the reality of messengers, angels. And I told them, I don't like to use religious terminology,
Yeah.
but today we are mirroring the same path. In
Awesome.
a life or death situation, we send in robots so we
Mm-hmm.
don't have to sacrifice a life. But if they can resurrect a life, then we would better understand why they would send a living being.
Yeah.
Because, yes, exactly. So my books are staggering with the evidence to suggest that we are just repeating a cycle of intelligence growth in medicine, science, and technology that the people have already achieved. They live in the sky.
Sure.
And
Well, Michael, I
we
will tell you what, you have motivated me. I was on the fence before on writing a book, and you have motivated
Oh my
me to write a
God.
book.
Thank you. Thank you
So
so
that,
much.
yeah, you are the reason why I am going to be writing a book in the next couple
Oh,
months.
Dr. Greg, man,
So
thank you from the
thank
bottom
you
of
for
my
your
heart.
inspiration, and um, I'll tell you, I'll be honest with you, Michael. I don't agree, and I have a lot of pushback on a lot of the things that you're saying. And I don't, but I think that it's really interesting how much of an impact you've had believing the things that you've believed, and you've gone all the way to the Senate, and you've gotten I haven't gotten Kristen Gillibrand to know who I am. You know what I mean? So it makes me want to make sure that Ted
Pursue
Cruz
it.
knows who I am. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I want those people to
Yes.
know who I am. So you know what, you've inspired me. So thank you, Michael. I got to go though, but thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Oh, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Please let me know when you get your book out.
Okay, sounds good, Michael. Thank you. Have a good
My
one.
number's on the front of my book.
It is. It definitely is. All right, thanks, man. Bye.
And I'm a scientist, Dr.
Oh, cool. All right, awesome, awesome. I like that you're a scientist too, man. Thank you, Michael. I think I'm gonna go with a different direction on my cover of my book. Um, yeah, guys, I need to write a book. I need to write a book. I've actually heard that from multiple people. Like it's like a good way that people can, you can just put it up there, and I don't know what it would be about, but yeah, just like, I mean, all his books are really like 50 to 100 pages. They're not like huge, but they are but it's interesting. Yeah. I don't know what it would be about. I want to think about it. Definitely going to push that around. Thanks, Michael. Appreciate you. Um yeah. All right. Yeah, I don't know what about. I don't know what about. But we'll see. All right, guys. Flying vaccine needles, flying syringes, flying flying viruses. Yeah, exactly. Hazel Neil deGrasse Tyson. It was the evil villain arc moment that he didn't know he was at. Guys, I grew up listening to Coast to Coast with Art Bell, and I'm very interested in people that believe in conspiracies. I don't like, it's hard, you know. I I want to fight back, and I want to respond to everything, but at the same time, sometimes it's not. And I did see that. Chance, I know what you're talking about with the Joe Rogan thing, and I understand what you're talking about. Like, should I be giving this guy a platform and that kind of thing? I understand what you're saying, but I think it's really important for us to like see why and how people believe what they believe. Like you know, I would have liked to ask more questions, you know, in that conversation. I would have, but um, you know, I knew it was going to be short, and I just kind of like went through with it, and it was interesting that someone could push something so far, you know. So it's like he's just relentlessly going with something. Um, yeah. Oh, really, Heather? That's funny. Exactly. Exactly, Fizzle. Exactly. Exactly. It doesn't have to be. Like I do wonder, you know, science sometimes I feel like is like too analytical sometimes. You know, we have to like be able to tell stories with our science and our findings, and like using stories is an interesting way of doing that and battling misinformation. Um and because a story pushes yourself into the shoes of the author. It pushes you into into the eyes of the characters. And science doesn't do that. We specifically go just with data, and we don't have any person of it. It's just like, this is what the data is, this is what it shows, this is what it is. You're not like going through and talking about the narrative of what it was like doing this research. Um, yeah. So it's just interesting, guys. I don't know. Okay, stars. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. Guys, it's a call-in show. We can get anyone. You know, I think that it's interesting sometimes. I don't exclusively do that. If I was doing that every day and calling myself a scientist and not pushing back enough, then I would be like, well, I'm not going to follow this guy. I'm not going to listen to this at all. But I think that he is closer to the anti-vaxxers than the anti-vaxxers wish to admit. And by looking at that, we can kind of see what draws them in, or the place where they will draw the line, which is even more important, right? Because it's like, if they're accepting of all these other conspiracies, but they're not willing to accept that, why? Right? That's the whole idea with the list, right? That's our whole hypothesis with the list, and that's what we do that for. So it's interesting, someone like that, like, why hasn't it taken off? Like, all his books, guys, all his books have one review on them, and it's just him. He reviews all his own books with 5 stars. So nobody buys them. And but you know, he has some that do have that have you know, books that's a couple of reviews. Um yeah. Yeah, Stephen, exactly. Why they choose their beliefs. We have to understand that. We have to understand. We have to dive into these areas. Thank you, Michael. Um yeah, guys, I'm interested in figuring out. I don't know. I guess maybe it's like the sociologist in me. I don't know. I don't know. Gemini, that's a great way of putting it. Yeah, that's exactly right. When you don't have a shared reality, rational discourse isn't going to work. X, like I said, ivermectin is a good, like, anti-parasitic, but that's not what SARS-CoV-2 is. So it usually doesn't work. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Michael. Yeah. Yeah, Fizzle. I definitely, yeah, I need to write something and then do the audiobook for it. Do the audiobook reading or something. That'd be cool. Yeah, yeah, Hazel. It's a way. Conspiracies are a way to understand a complex topic very simply. You know, like a very simple way of understanding something very complex. Like, oh, do I need to understand all of population genetics? No, I don't. I just have, oh, isn't it, you know, isn't it weird that there's a virus coming from a place with a Wuhan, you know, lab, the same thing? You know, so it's just easy to do that. Cigarettes are going to really hurt you. Please quit. You know what, X? To be honest with you, this is this is something that this is true. I've never talked about this on stream, and it's a big failing of mine. This year, it was my New Year's resolution to start smoking cigarettes again, and I've completely failed on that New Year's resolution. I tried Zins a couple times and it just made me sick and I was just awful. I hated him. And this was like a really good year to start smoking. I'm actually really sad about it. So like this would have been the year of my life to just really saw down those 27s, and I'm not doing it and I'm really mad at myself. So, um yeah, I'm really mad. That's true. That is actually true. That's actually true. Yeah. Thank you. I know I'm disappointed in me too. Like there you go. Nice stars. Stars. I know. I know, dude. This would have been such a good year to smoke cigarettes, but no. I'm so mad at myself. Oh, oh well. I'm not even kidding. I'm actually not kidding. What do you mean you haven't started? How could you? Yeah. I mean, it's just a good time. It's a good time. I mean, what are you guys going to say? It's a good time. I tried Marissa. I tried Zins. They're awful. It made me all sick to my stomach. I didn't like them. I was like, what? It's and then it like made my lip all dry. I was like, what is this? It's awful. It's awful, guys. I mean, like by far the best part about going out to bars, was like smoking cigarettes. By far, like by far. Because that's that all the chill people are like outside. You can actually like talk to people. It's nice. Oh my God. Like going from a bar, like or a dance club, and then you open up that door and it's just like nice and cool. And then there's like that camaraderie of everyone smoking cigarettes together. Everyone's really nice. Hey, do you want a lighter? Yeah, I got a lighter. Yeah, hey, what's up? Oh, hey. So many conversations like that, like so many best friends that you have that you make. I met so many people like that. They're it's the chillest people. Um, like it's just the best part about going out by far. And you know, I liked it. Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly, other. Yeah. Yeah, building up that tar, you get that tar in your lungs is only a good thing. Yeah, garden fairy, exactly. You don't have to be smoked to be around them. Yeah, that's true. Oh no. Every rave I've been to always made friends at the smoker section. Yes, Fizzle. Oh my gosh. Menthols, dude. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Those are oh my god, dude. Those are so good. Yeah, Gemini, the camaraderie. Yeah. Yeah, dude. It's true. That's what Tyler, that's what people said like at the beginning of like COVID, because of Chinese like China. Yeah, it's not true, I don't think. Sorry, guys. I don't mean to trigger anyone. I'm sorry. I don't want to. I don't smoke cigarettes anymore, Marissa. But I did try. I tried last year. I tried last year to take up smoking two separate times. I bought like a vape, and then I was driving, and it made me nauseous, and I threw it away, and I just threw the whole thing away. And then it happened again a month later. I tried again. I was like, this time, I'm really gonna start again. I started with another vape, and I bought it, and I did it. I was like, what am I doing with my life? This is such a bad decision, and I just threw it away again. So it was like, yeah. I think if you're gonna start up smoking again, you gotta like do a cigarette. You know what I mean? Like the vape stuff, like it just doesn't work the same. You know what I mean? Like I don't understand that at all. I just heard a MAGA say referring to the studies to appeal to authority. Oh no. You gave it the college try. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Abe. That's exactly what happened. I'm like, what am I doing? What am I doing? Dude, it's the 27s, guys. That's the best cigarette for sure. If any, there's only, if you think it's very, I felt so wasteful. I was like, this is a full cartridge. I was like, do I just like go and like give it to someone? You know what I mean? Should I go to like this homeless person or something and give away this like full thing? Like, but I just threw it away. It was very wasteful. I felt really bad. But I was just like, I don't want to hold it on anymore. And I was just like, oh, thank you. There, see, that's a mustache and a hat like that and a cigarette just go together, man. So sell the mods on the TikTok shop. Exactly. Yeah, Renee. In San Diego, there really isn't that many like homeless people, so it's not like there's tons that I can just go to. Virginia Slims? Oh my gosh, Fizzle. That is no, I do the cannabis vapes. I smoke that way. I don't smoke cigarettes. Yeah. Or yeah, 27s are my favorite like physical cigarette though. For sure. For sure. Or Newports at the raves and stuff, yeah. Yeah, I don't live on the beach anymore, so yeah. I still do, Chance. I still do. I still do. I mean, that's the best part about like being a scientist is that you really don't have any drug tests, so it's kind of nice. I honestly don't. I try to not. Um, am I Marissa? Oh man. Okay, I guess you guys change the topics. Is it? I mean, it's like a legal thing. I don't understand like that. People are so weird. On how we can switch over to universal healthcare. I would say probably just like increasing the amount of people. I mean, I guess the big question is like, do you ban private insurance or not? I think that's the biggest thing. So, I mean, the idea is like you ban private insurance, so then it pushes everyone into um, the public care, and then that's where you, you make everything better. Um, yeah, Marissa. Yeah, so that's a single payer private provider with, um, with private insurance allowed. So that's I think that's probably the best case scenario, and that kind of like was what the public option was ideally, but the public option never got passed. So um, the problem with the public option and private healthcare in general is that then you basically have the for-profit motive be where all the innovation and where all the money goes and all the build out goes. So that's why it's really bad, and in general because um, you get people that just want to do the private side and you don't want to get any of the latest in stuff and the latest equipment and stuff for the public side. That's really it's bad. Are saunas extra beneficial to your health? It stars. I don't know. I have a physician friend that swears by it. Says it like increases your HGH with like 10 minutes a day or something. But I don't know. I don't like the plunge baths. The ice baths are kind of weird because it does create it does slow down muscle growth. So if you're looking for like hypertrophy and like bodybuilding, I wouldn't do it. But for like a athlete or something that's a stem and inflammation in order to try to recover quickly, then ice baths seem like a good idea. Oh, the ACA put market caps on private insurance too. Oh, I didn't know about that. Fizzle. Is it still there, or have they repealed that part? Yeah, yeah, they are. They are. They sound very painful. I mean, I used like um I use like the sauna sometimes for weight loss, just to sweat out some pounds for jujitsu to make weight. But yeah, it's not it's not good. You're just dehydrating yourself. It's not a good idea. Yeah, you're not like you're just removing water. You're not using adipose tissue in order to you know fuel anything. So it's just like to make weight. It's not a good idea. Sure, Marissa. I mean, it was the biggest step that we've had. You know. Yep. Yeah, I think so, Marissa. I think but the problem is that they didn't build it up on it at all. They just said like, up, one and done. I mean, that's the crazy thing. I really do think that the government should like be writing a new bill like every year on everything that we do. You know what I mean? Like, I want like a new bill on increasing Department of Education, a new bill on the science spending, a new bill like I feel like tied to the budget should be a new bill to like rethink and redo this, not just like redo the funding, but like what's the healthcare bill this year? You know, what problems are we going to fix? And then just have that bill just be that bill, you know? And that's the idea with like the different subcommittees. The subcommittees are supposed to bring out these like new ideas and the problems that they see through their panel interviews and stuff. That's what we see. Right? We see the Senate subcommittee on health and human services or something, and that's right now they're they're just being used to make content by these senators for reelection campaigns instead of actually producing and talking to experts in order to convene and be like, guys, this is a real problem that we're having. Imagine that, and then they go back and then they make things better. So that we aren't making things better. We're just iteratively spinning our wheels. I mean, the canceling the penny, I would be okay with it. I would be okay with like canceling like like coins in general. To be honest with you, I think they're completely worthless. There's a lot of things that just it doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, exactly, Manny. Yeah, I mean that's the. I mean now that the president of the United States can change the budget on a whim, however they want. I mean, it's drastic, guys. I mean, it is wild. I don't think that people have really understood the implications of that. I mean, the Republicans don't. The Republicans don't want Democrats to have that much power over the OMB, like for the POTUS. Like they don't. So it'd be actually really interesting if they actually pass something to curb presidential power at the end of Trump's term. But I don't think that's going to happen because they're not going to. He's not going to want to leave. So yeah, I think that Newsom's probably the only person for 2028. To be honest with you, I don't think that there really is any other option. I just don't. I don't think it. There's nobody that's actually been doing the fighting and actually been making an impact like Newsom has. It's kind of honestly, it's kind of offensive to be honest with you. Like that another Democrat would be like, "Yeah, I'm doing as much as Newsom has," and you're like, "Bruh, I've been here the entire time. Like, I'm sorry, Buttigieg. Like, you're not, like, you're not doing enough." I don't think that like you should just make the case for president in the election year. I think that you should be making the case for being a president, since the last election. I agree, Marissa, but the thing is that the Supreme Court kind of rewrote the Constitution, and that just is what it is. We either go and run with the 2025 Constitution, or we go back to the 1790s Constitution, and that's just kind of You know, I don't know. We have to decide. You know, our the 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 country has to have a kind of like after the Civil War. You know, where it's like a Reconstruction era. You know, we have to completely redo how we do stuff, like solidify a lot of things into legislation that were kind of like a handshake and a nod before, and we have to rethink how we're doing our government. Like, there's just no other way. I don't think that the president can outspend. They just can use the money that was appropriated to it. I don't think that Gavin would hyperinflate the dollar. I don't think that he's going to push the lower the interest rates from the Fed or put pressure on it. I think the Fed would be completely separate. Yeah, yeah, Marissa. I mean, they did in the fact that they did push out like they pushed out punishment in terms of the election to ban the constitutional amendment to ban them from holding POTUS. You know, they did stuff like that, but in large part, I agree with you. The union was, you know, brought them back with open arms, and then they literally um, did everything that they could after Lincoln was assassinated to ruin that deal. It's wild to me. Like the Daughters of the Confederacy and all that kind of stuff. I mean, that's wild. The Daughters of the Confederacy basically gaslighting the entire country for the next 100 years, talking about what actually happened during the Civil War. It's insane, dude. It's insane. Do you think history will remember these times as a civil war? Yeah, Manny, I think we are. We're in a cold civil war right now, I feel like. I don't think that we're like we're not in a civil war and like red versus blue, Trump versus Democrats. We're in a cold civil war based off of um, the billionaires versus the middle class and the working class. Like that's what the actual war is, where it's a gilded age, basically. Like that is what the that's what the Civil War is. And these people are looting and plundering everything. Um, I don't want to go to war with Trump supporters. I want to go to war with Elon Musk and Peter Thiel and have them, you know, stop looting and plundering our resources and our our country. Oh my gosh, stars, that's crazy. Nearly one sauna for two residents. That's cool. Yeah. Exactly, Renee. They're the robber barons. Exactly. Yeah, Tyler, maybe. I mean, or we people like start realizing that like Trump lied to them and that's not the populace that you need to be, worried about kind of thing. Yeah, Marissa was sending to Mars. Oh, interesting, Manny. Cool. Like link it when you're done. Hmm. Dude. Okay. That's true, Tyler. Yeah, Trump never lied about being a liar. Yeah. The Gilded Age is what Trump wants to go back to. Yeah, exactly. A plutocracy. You got a Christian. Yeah, I mean that's what the white Christian nationalism that um, Fuentes and uh, what's his face talked about Tucker. God, I actually want to watch that so bad. It's like 2.5 hours though. Um, I don't know if I get flagged on TikTok for watching it though. I really want to watch that. I think it's really important. I think that is the civil war that the right is having right now. The sectarian violence that they're having is basically how much do we let the Yahtzee side of the Republican parties. I mean, I we had someone on in the late hours of last night or the night before talking about this, and he was like, I'm white, I'm Christian, and I am a nationalist. What's wrong with that? You know? And it's like, okay, it's taken apart. That's not a bad, those aren't bad things, right? The point is why white Christian nationalism in an ethno state is bad. Despite, I mean, it's because, okay, who gets to decide who's in that group, right? And then on top of that, what do you do with the people that are in there that you don't want to be? And what do you do in order to get them out? That's, I mean, that you innately turn it into violence or calling people. It's like, I mean, it's a an ethnic cleansing, innately, you know, and that's so that is awful. You know, I mean, that's like, I mean, what? But that is, I feel like we are living in the age where you have to spell things out in plain English so that things aren't taken the wrong way. But that is what white, that's what, you know, that is what Fuentes wants. You know, he wants the scenario so he has an all white ethno state so that he can purge non white people from that. Yeah, he didn't even know what the term meant. Yeah, exactly, Nightflyer. Yeah. That is what Fuentes wants. And now he is Fuentes is being welcomed into the Republican Party, guys. That's just what's happening. Hey, Ruben. So, oh my gosh, 8,007, really? Oh my gosh. Exactly. And Marissa, the problem is that genuinely, this is a problem when someone is canceled and they are removed from like polite society. Is that like, yeah, Tyler, yeah, they're Mexican. They've never heard of groypers. You like all the bad videos of Fuentes are all gone. You know what I mean? From YouTube, like how I was trying to find the videos where he actually says those things, say silly goose, and it's like nowhere to be found. And you're like, no, no, no. He does he's you look like a crazy person. You're like, he said this stuff, I promise. I'm trying to find it. Wait, let me find the worst clip. And it's like nowhere. You can't find it. And you're like, what is going on? I'm trying to check streamable. I'm trying to check all these things. And I'm like, dude, how do I find the worst clips of yeah, yeah, exactly. I think Twitter is probably the best, the X, you know. It is. Yeah, it is stars. One of the guys you guys should listen to the Ezra Klein show. They have so there's been a white Christian nationalist um, conference for going on for like 20, 30 years. And the guy that runs it was on the Ezra Klein show, and Ezra was did a really good interview with them talking about it because it's like it's interesting to hear what his thoughts are, considering that JD Vance has gone to the you know the his conferences for like over 10 years, and he doesn't think that Trump is a white Christian nationalist. So he actually feels like the MAGA movement has actually co-opted his movement. So it's like a really weird thing. But Ezra's whole point was like you're kind of being accepted here and you're trying to disassociate yourself. But the real reality is that like you're pretty much one and the same. So it's not the Heritage Foundation. No. Um, it's the white Christian nationalism specifically. Um, so dude, Manny, Nick's rebrand needs to be studied. He hasn't rebranded. That's the craziest thing, dude. He's been out and saying the same thing over and over and over again. Like he said today in regards to the Jepstein stuff, MAGA is dead. MAGA is dead. You know, it's a different organization, right, Renee? I mean, I would say that like the Heritage Foundation. I don't know in regards to specifically what the Heritage Foundation does, but it's a different organization than the white Christian nationalism group that I'm talking about. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That, I mean, effectively, that is what they do. But I'm just saying that this is specifically a white Christian nationalism group. Um, Sorry, Heather. There's a lag. I don't know what you mean. Oh, I'll find it. I'll find it. Ezra line. No, here you go. This is really good, man. I was like, wow, this is actually really illuminating. Oh, um, Fuentes said MAGA is dead because of the Jepstein stuff. I mean, that is like their whole thing. Like he is so bought into that whole QAnon Jepstein stuff. So Fuentes was like, after the stuff that came out today, boom, like she's just like, yeah, MAGA is dead. Like there's no way you can ever support this stuff. Yeah, yeah. Here's the description for Ezra Klein's show. J.D. Vance gave a speech recently that deserved more attention than it got. Accepting an award at a right wing think tank, he argued that there's a fundamental brokenness in how we define who is an American. He explained that this is the root of many of the country's problems, a national identity that has become too broad. That was also the core idea of the 2018 book, quote, The Virtue of Nationalism, end quote, which caused a sensation on the right. Its author, the Israeli political theorist Yoram Hazani, went on to build a movement. For years, he has hosted NatCon, short for National Conservatism, conferences. Those events have featured speakers like Marco Rubio, who is now the Secretary of State, and Senator Josh Hawley. And one of the most reliable speakers year after year has been Vance. So it's really interesting. It's really interesting. He is one. Yeah, he is. Marco Rubio. I mean, oh, Ruben, what do you think about the thing? I mean, what? But obviously, I mean, did you ever really think that he was gonna release him though? No way. I mean, of course they have to defend it. They have to defend it and be like, no, he was, oh, this exonerates him for sure. It's insane. Mm. Oh, for sure. I think that the DOJ version will just be completely blank. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Skull Girl. Yeah, me neither. I hate that. And yeah, who's under the spotlight? Well, yeah, Ruben. Yeah, exactly. Because the Democrats are forcing it. I mean, isn't that crazy? I mean, don't you think that that's weird? God, it's 2.5 hours. Dude, I wonder what the Fuentes. What do the comments say? They disabled comments. What? Is that true? No, I got. Oh my God. No, they got it. Yeah, yeah, 8007. Yeah, I'm all on YouTube. I'm streaming on YouTube at the same time. Yeah. No, that's not right, Thomas. No, that's not right. What are you coaching? Mental overwhelm to embodied presence. He has a book on Amazon, guys. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, see, everyone has a book on Amazon. Let's see the book. um, you think he's going to get impeached after the midterms? Probably, Ruben. Yeah, probably. But it's not going to do anything. But I think it's important that he is impeached. 8 billion people have a book on Amazon? Question mark. I don't know. Maybe 10 mindset shifts for the Great Awakening. Are you talking about, dude? Are you that's a QAnon thing? Is that what you're talking about? The Great Awakening? Talking about storms? YouTube and TikTok. Whose traffic is better? Oh, for sure TikTok. I mean, there's like so many um, more people and more eyes. Like they just really the discoverability like really is so much better on TikTok. It really doesn't have um, any. No, wow, Ruben. Now you feel bad driving my Tesla? Are you serious? So are you really? Are you? This thing has really done you in that much? What's up, man?
Hello, how are you?
Good.
Yeah, I mean, what's the problem for today?
I'm just a scientist, man. I get flipped off. Oh no! Wow, wow, Ruben. Yeah, I mean,
So are
whatever.
you like, oh, sorry,
Yeah,
go
go
ahead.
ahead. Yeah, yeah, whatever you
No, I
want.
was saying, what's like your, like science, just what kind of science? And
I'm a biologist.
okay, so are you like a anti-theist biologist or?
Yeah, I don't believe in like supernatural things. I'm just a
So,
materialist, I
yeah,
guess.
materials, yeah, that's what I meant. So
Hmm.
how do you think we went from like chemistry to biology, like that step?
Yeah, I mean, so like you can have basically the RNA, and RNA can act kind of like proteins. It can have enzymatic functions, even though it's not technically a protein yet. And the idea is that these pieces of RNA would have to be like encapsulated, and that would be kind of like the cell that would happen. They would be protected somehow by some type of membrane, and then now these RNA um, pieces that are enzymatic like could be protected and then evolve. That would be the idea.
But I get that, but so where would the matter come from that produces the first ever protein, for example?
The Big Bang, I guess. I don't know.
Sorry?
The Big Bang.
Yeah, but okay, but where would like I get that's the origin that materialists go with, but like how does how does the Big Bang turn into like the first proteins?
It coalesces and then it calms down. There's a planet, and then I mean, there's been experiments that show that you can have nucleotides that form in similar conditions as primordial Earth. You have like lightning, you have all the ingredients there, so it is something that's been shown.
Okay, but can we name anything that is designed that doesn't have intelligence behind it? Is there anything we can name that's
That was designed, but that doesn't have intelligence. Well, designed is like a word that you're trying to use for something that was engineered. So that's like something that humans did.
well, the RNA is definitely, it's engineered in its own way, but
No, it's evolved. It has
mm,
evolved to do that.
Huh.
because there's a bunch of other types and forms of those nucleotides and those carbon to carbon bonds that were tried, but that didn't form those aromatic rings in order to create those nucleotides. But they were tried and they were failed inside of the reactions. So it wasn't like they were designed in that, but there was numerous other ones that were tried and failed, and then the best one went forward.
But doesn't this necessitate like a first cause? I mean, is the first cause the Big Bang?
I don't know, maybe. I mean, not necessarily. I don't know. I mean, you could also have like some type of God that creates this and then his hands off. I don't know. But
Yeah,
that's
but that's a more fair analysis from everything we
no,
see. I would say.
no, because you're introducing another variable, which is God in a supernatural thing, and there's no you don't have any evidence of that. So why would you introduce something like that?
I mean, there's okay. I mean, the first cause argument is an argument itself. Like you need something to, or there's an infinite regress of what started the Big Bang and what started the thing that started the Big Bang, and then
Then what started God? That the same
that's the
questions
point.
can be applied to you.
No, that's not the case because you would
Yeah.
need a first cause.
You need a first cause for God too. You would need, so what caused God? You
But
you
that's the
you have
point.
a bigger gap to fill with what you're proposing, because you are
Well,
adding another variable in.
no, but the thing is, so the materialists say we don't know, but at least the theists say they're pointing to a first cause that's potentially there. So it actually
You don't have
fills the
anything.
gap. It doesn't.
No, it doesn't fill the gap. You don't have any proof of that. I have a material mechanism that could prove and show that we can do experiments on and show. You have nothing to prove for God, and you've never shown it.
Okay, but so you call it like God of the gaps, but there's also science of the gaps too.
No,
It's
no. I mean,
similar.
no. We have things that we don't know and that we are trying to figure out, and that's fine.
So we're all just cells floating around. Like there's no objective truth to any of this. That's the
Mm,
conclusion of what you're saying.
n-
Materialism.
no, I think that there are like things that we can figure out about the world, that we can have questions that we try to answer and that we try to understand, and that I think that's fine. We're not going to know everything, and I'm okay with that.
No, that's fine. Yeah, sure. But again, you have to be nihilist if you're just a materialist. There's no objective meaning
No,
for any of this.
no, I try to make my
That's the
my world
conclusion.
better. I try to make my community better, my family better, all that kind of stuff. I don't have to be a nihilist, not at all.
But there's no objective truth to any of it, to morality. So what's the point?
What do you mean? You can try to be a better person, try to make things better, you try to improve things. That's nihilism to you?
No, because that's not, you can't be an atheist and then say that's what humans are aiming for.
That's what I'm aiming
You
for, and I'm an atheist.
so it's all subjective then. Yeah, that's the point. Someone's aims can be very different to that,
Yeah,
and you can't argue against it.
yeah, I can.
You can't.
I am.
But you have no objective origin to go back to say this is wrong. You just say, I think it's wrong.
But we can think about like what would be good for the most amount of people. We can also think about like, there wouldn't be a group of like morality also evolves too, right? So like you wouldn't have a group of humans that would be murderous, right? Because if you had a group that were just murderous and that wanted to kill one another, they would have gone extinct. So like that, that's just not a good way to have your brain evolve. So it didn't evolve that way. We evolved cooperation, not malcontent.
So what's the word? Is that egalitarianism, I guess? Is that
Okay,
the term?
sure.
Is that what you're going for? I mean, is that the
I mean, I'm just spitting, but I'm
I mean, yeah, because but you're saying like if the whole society did this one action like murder, then obviously it can't. It's not gonna work because they'll all be dead. But if
mhm.
you apply that to okay, let's say society like on an island, they think consensual incest, protected sex. And it's graphic, but the example stands. incest that's consensual, that's protected, is totally fine. How can you say that's wrong then, in your worldview?
Because you can't have consensual that, and then on top of that, you're creating a world for those kids that would be awful, and they wouldn't want to. They'd grow up with PTSD and awful things. So I mean, that wouldn't be a good place that nobody would want to live.
I just said it's protected. That means there's no kids in the picture. There's birth control. The point is the principle of the
What?
action.
No, I'm just saying they're growing up and they're growing up in that world.
I mean, it is a graphic example. I mean, we can shift to something else, but the point is,
But no, I
you
mean,
can't say
look,
it's wrong though.
I literally am, and I'm telling you why.
That's not like a reason. You're
I
just saying,
literally am. No, I mean, listen to my words. Kids growing
okay,
up in that scenario are gonna have PTSD. They're gonna developmentally grow up awful. They're gonna have a lot of like fear, and they're gonna have a lot of like violence, and that's not how anyone would want to grow up. So therefore, why would we want to do that in our society?
we don't obviously, but
Okay, so
the point.
I didn't need religion in order to understand that that would be a bad thing to have. But you do?
So no, of course not. But
But
also, I'm saying,
okay.
okay. The point is, if they're all adults, then it takes away your children concern. So if they're all adults, then
Okay.
what's the issue? What's the issue then?
Because then you're breeding disease, and you're breeding like problems, like genetic problems within your population.
But there's birth control. There is no children.
Okay.
So yeah. So there is nothing wrong with it from a materialist point of view. That's the reality.
Isn't Adam and Eve literally brother and sister, and then they
I'm
make
not Christian,
everything?
by the way. I'm not Christian. So,
Okay.
but I do believe in an intelligent designer. I mean, that makes the most sense.
Okay.
But I don't
Uh,
think Adam and Eve in any narrative are brother and sister. That doesn't follow.
what do you mean?
They're not brother and sister.
They're literally, well, you're right. Actually, it's the same person because it's made from the rib of Adam, so they're actually the same person.
Wait, so you're the same person as your mother and father because you were made of them too?
Well, they would be this. They're well, it's the same DNA.
Yeah,
If I take my rib out, it's going to be the DNA of my rib. If
I
anything,
guess.
Eve is trans.
Why?
What do you mean? The DNA of my rib is going to have my genome in it. Do
Yeah,
you
but
understand
she doesn't
how do
have.
you understand DNA works?
Yeah, sure. Well, not as much as you, but the point is, she's not trans, is because
How has she
she was.
become female?
I mean, is this a practical question, or is this
I mean, I
rhetorical?
don't know, dude. This is what your God is doing this. I don't
I
know.
just said I'm not Christian. I'm
I
just a
don't. I mean, well,
monotheist.
this is. I mean, you got to figure it out. This is your worldview then.
I mean, I've never heard of this Eve is trans. Like, it's never been said before.
Well, there you go. Well, thanks for coming in.
I'll
Mm.
look into it, I guess.
That's how it works, doesn't it? I mean, if I took my rib out, there's going to be DNA of my rib, and then all of a sudden it's a female woman that's completely different. How did that completely different DNA? How does that make sense?
Wait, so, but okay, you're jumping the gun a little because you're skipping the whole point of like the idea of the human being created, and you're just focusing on the gender of the
I'm
one of
checking about
them.
the DNA. Well, we know how DNA works, and we understand how it's come about.
Wait, so in that worldview, how were they even created in the first place? It's like
God
they're like,
or something. I don't know.
yeah.
Yeah.
So you're forgetting that part. They're like,
Okay.
if he's creating them, why can't he make one of them like female and one of them
But he
male?
didn't. He used the rib. I mean, he started with
So
the material that has the DNA of Adam, and then he created that person out of the DNA of Adam.
wait, so does that mean all of our mother, or if like that's the story,
Hmm.
was it trans? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, it's the same DNA. I don't know. I don't understand how Eve it becomes female. I mean, it could. I
So
guess it
is
could
it
be an XXY. It could be like an XXY like genetic mutation, which would that'd be the
okay?
only
I get your
way.
point. Yeah, I mean, okay. I mean, that's your biggest contention with like the creationism is like
No,
Eve being
just I'm
trans?
just saying that like
No, I know.
there's a lot.
Mm.
I mean, how do we? You're is that a good thing? Is that okay? If I I clone my own body and have a baby with it, is that okay? You're asking about the morality of it. I don't know, and I'm just saying that this is literally happening in Christianity. Like curious about your thoughts on it.
I don't think it is though, just because
That's
you're
literally what
skipping the
happened, dude. That's
no, but
literally what happened.
you're skipping the miraculous nature of the human being created in the first place to just
Okay.
ask about the rib part.
Yeah, but I mean, but he didn't do the miraculous thing on the second person. They literally have like a naturalist mechanism on it.
I don't see the big deal, you know.
I do. I do because I know how DNA works.
No, but I don't see the moral deal, you know. Like, oh well,
Well, that's how where all the people came from.
yeah. So
Yeah.
our parents, you know.
Well, I mean, it's not my parents, but it's the parents of like the 2,000 years ago or 6,000 years ago, apparently.
Well, I mean, like our grandparents,
Hmm.
but whatever. So, so you should be defending them if that's all of our parents
No, because I think that there's a natural way that humans came to be, and that's through biological evolution. And
from
and
monkeys.
there's a
Then,
there, we are apes.
well, so we come directly from just evolution from like monkeys.
We evolved. Yeah, yeah. That's how humans came to be. Yeah.
And were we like bacteria in the fish before that?
No, that's a very human-centered way of like understanding how stuff works. It's not like you spend 2 billion years and a bacteria becomes a human. Like bacteria and everything that exists on the world today is as evolved as we are.
So why are there still monkeys and like all
Yeah,
these?
exactly. So this is yeah. So this is why this is what I was talking about. So it's not like a natural like a roller coaster where you just like a train where it just goes forward and you just become one thing after the other. Like the groups evolve and then there's a speciation event and some groups like go in one way and other groups go the other way. And this is something that you probably don't understand, but like um evolution happens in a population, not through individuals. So this is like, and this is a big thing for people that don't understand evolution because it's like, oh, okay, so then the mutation happens, and then if there's one human, but then there needs to be a second human, and it's like, well, that's because populations of humans evolve together. It's not that's how evolution works.
No, actually, I do understand that much, but probably not much more than that. Huh. So what came first, the chicken or the egg?
Um, I mean, there's like there's different ways of it happens over time, like there could be different types of organisms that have something that's like an egg and then that evolves, but each of these can evolve separately. You know what I
But
mean?
what would you say? I mean, if you had to, using your biological perspective,
Well, you probably had like live birth, and then you could have an egg that was like inside of like something, like a soft egg or something, and then maybe it's a harder egg, and then it involves the ability to actually push it out into the world. So that kind of thing, that's how like evolution usually works.
yeah, I mean, I'm obviously a proponent of like, again, I don't know the terms, but like, when birds change their beaks over time and stuff,
Hmm.
I don't know the terms, but I mean, I obviously, wouldn't you agree that most people, you're gonna say it's like a fallacy, but most people don't, believe the what Darwinian evolution pipeline?
I'd say most people accept evolution.
Well, outside the Western world, because that's the
Yeah,
Western world perspective,
yeah, I think so.
like in Africa and Asia, and
Sure, and why not?
mm,
I mean, that's the
mm,
scientific break. That I mean, the thing is that it doesn't matter. Like science could be erased today. All of the scientific books could be erased today, and then humans coming back 1,000 years from now would come to the same conclusion that evolution is real because we witness evolution. there's no guarantee that they would come about and make the same conclusions on anything theocratic. There's no way that they would come to not necessarily come to the same conclusions about Jesus and all that kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean?
Wait, I do know what you mean. Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
fair assessment. But you do know like kids in like Japan that had no religious teaching or experience still point to like this intrinsic feeling that there's something out there.
yeah,
Is it not fine
yeah. Me
too?
too. Yeah, I mean, I did mushroom trips, and it's a pretty awesome feeling. You definitely feel like there is some like vibration in the energy of the world that you can kind of like understand and feel. I'm definitely made of stardust, and I look out in the stars, and I feel that, and like there's a magnificence of nature, and it's incredible, man. I think it's so cool that um, I'm a mammal that evolved here, and I'm here and understanding just a little bit of the truth of the world, and I love to learn more about it, and that's why I'm a scientist, because I love to learn the mechanisms of what happens. And
I mean that's fair, but I mean these kids weren't on mushrooms and they were sober and they're kids, so
okay,
they didn't have your experiences, so they have this natural disposition for this higher being, not just stardust and vibrations.
I mean, so one of my kids thought that she was like a dog, and she wanted to eat her food out of a bowl.
That I
So
mean that's
like, I have four kids, and the kids say the craziest shit, dude. So
that's
like, oh, like, what do you like? Are you seriously saying like the bedrock of philosophy is what a kid believes?
no, it's a natural phenomenon that people point to this natural disposition of there being a being that's greater than
Yeah,
us.
yeah, dude. And it's the same reason why a lot of religions all kind of like point to like a sun and all that kind of stuff where it rises again. And there's a lot of like, the story of Jesus Christ is told like in a lot of different religions, dude, but it's just a different name, a different, way of like understanding the world. It's not, like
I mean,
it's what we can prove with evidence independently. That is what it's about.
mm, I mean, to me, that's science of the gaps because you really can't prove a lot of what you. I mean, obviously you can prove a lot of it, but you can't prove like the standing foundational aspects of it. What
Yeah,
gets
we
you to
can.
here,
Yeah,
anyways.
I mean, dude, we can.
You
It's like
can't.
it's like 0.0001% second after the Big Bang that we can see, and we show evolution. We can see it all throughout nature. Currently, we can see it uh, a ton of different ways. Like there's tons of different like
But
evidence.
yeah, but there could be a designer behind all of this. It doesn't. You're not discounting, the possibility.
Okay, but are you saying that leprechauns could be real?
No.
Okay, why?
Well, that's not practical. That's not.
Exactly, because there's no natural mechanism in order to breed leprechauns. Exactly. That's
No,
my
no, no,
that's
no.
my
Okay.
that's my thing with religion, right? Like I believe that religion and God has as much chance of being real as like a leprechaun.
Well, that's a little silly, no?
I know religion is a little silly, isn't it?
Well, that's not what I meant. I meant
I
like
mean
the
that's what I do.
leprechaun.
Yeah, but I mean, why? Like, what proof do you think that religion has that leprechauns don't have?
Well, I mean, okay, first of all, there's no one, kid or not, that has a natural disposition to think that there's leprechauns in the sky. No,
Because
that's not
because they're
proof. I'm just saying. I'm
flying.
just
Because
saying.
they're flying. That's not what it is.
Sorry.
That because they're not flying. That's the thing. That is the hang up.
No, no. You're like people are born regardless of culture, regardless of time. They think there's a higher being. No one ever grows up thinking there's leprechauns in the sky. That's already like the natural instinct,
No, it's not.
kind of.
No kid is brought into the world, and their natural like thing that they come into is like, hey, there's probably like the guy in the sky that's all looking down upon us. That is not what any kid is growing up. You grow up and you are born an atheist, dude, and you are indoctrinated as a child to believe this stuff. And it's this, and there's a reason why, like you believe or told the story of Jesus Christ and God at the same time as Santa Claus. And basically Santa Claus is told to you as a myth, but that, you know, the guy that sits there and sees if you're naughty or nice, that guy's the myth. But there is another guy that's naughty or nice, and that guy is real, and his name's Jesus. And
Yeah, but I
one,
mean, yeah, sorry.
that's right.
No, but I reject the Jesus story anyways because I mean, I'm not gonna worship a man, but I would be okay worshiping a creator that's not a man because that a man can't be God, but you know, like
Wait, so
just again an intelligent designer. That's all it needs.
okay, so let's go down to intelligent design then. Like, why do you
Okay.
believe in intelligent design?
When I look at I know you're a biologist, but when I look at DNA, when I look
Mm-hmm.
at the human heart,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, the different animal species,
Mm-hmm.
the universe, and that sorry, astrology, everything points to something organizing all of this, or else there would be chaos. Randomness could not generate this, is my
Okay.
conclusion.
Okay, so it's
Yeah.
not randomness, but that's causing it. It's material conditions and like material actions. So I think that's the first one. But like, there's so many like awful things that exist in the world, man. Like just malice, like kids, like, you know, like, I mean, we're talking about like childhood cancers. So like, why would childhood cancer exist if we have a designer?
I mean, so basically, bad things disprove that possibility of there being some kind of intelligent designer. Is that the argument?
I mean, what would be the purpose?
Wait, okay, the question would be, do you want free will? Before we get to the cancer and babies, I mean, is free will important to you or not?
I mean, you're telling me you have this whole worldview. Like, I'm just asking, like,
Okay.
what?
I mean, but before the cancer, I mean, like, if you're gonna go to like people doing bad things, I mean, that's easy because
It's not
it's either
people
we
doing
have free.
bad things. It's things that specifically only exist for awful reasons that nobody would expect. Like that anyone with any type of like design element, you know, it's just, there's a lot of things that just don't make sense in the terms of like if there was a designer, it wouldn't happen.
Wait, but I don't get it though, because like the argument is there shouldn't be bad things naturally happening. It disproves the idea of there being a designer behind all of this just because hurricanes happen.
It's not hurricanes. Hurricanes are a natural event that exists in nature. But I'm saying like specifically like really bad things that there is like no good that
So
could come
just
from it.
cancer. I mean, what else?
I mean, there's also like this like there's like nerves and stuff in our body that are basically vestigial organs, you know, vestigial paths, you know,
Hmm.
in evolution that like we have in our I think it's like there's like a loop that happens with like one of our blood vessels, and for some reason, like, you know, it goes in a weird way in our necks, and it's like a way to keep, you know, to that it happens. And there it is, yeah. And the idea is that like in a giraffe, it elongates to the point where it has to go all the way up to the the um the 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 head and then go back all the way down the neck. So it's like
Hmm.
it when it comes out, and it's like basically it starts here and it goes all the way up and it goes all the way down, and then to connect these two things when they could just connect right there. You know what I mean? There's like a lot of weird stuff
Yeah.
like that that just doesn't make any sense. Like why would you design it that way? It's a really bad designer if they're a bad designer. You know what I mean? If it is a designer, your
Yeah.
designer
I
kind of
mean,
sucks.
wait, isn't that kind of crazy to say? Oh, not because it matters, but because you're again look at everything we can observe, and you're saying like this one vein, like,
Yeah,
oh, what terrible design.
yeah. That's
But
what.
look at
Yeah.
everything else.
Well, yeah. But if I'm making a chair and I have a third thing and a third armrest that's sticking out in my back, and you're like, well, look at the chair. It has four legs. It has a nice back. You know, you're just worried about one thing, and I'm like, well, that's kind of a big thing to have something right in the center of my back when I'm trying to use it. You know, it's like it's kind of a
Yeah,
big thing.
but the thing is, I mean, the vein you talked about, I didn't even know about, obviously,
Hmm.
but it doesn't have any functional, it doesn't cause any functional troubles. And again, with
No,
the
it does.
vast,
It does. It has
no,
huge problems. There could be people. There. The whole point is like there could be blood traveling. That's like a huge problem. That could, yeah, that could have.
okay. But this is okay. This is 1 to 1 trillion of other things we can observe. That's like crazy,
Uh-huh.
amazing. So it's like okay, even if the ratio is that, like even if it's 1 to 1 million or whatever, like we can things we can observe that are outstanding and like quote unquote imperfections. If it's 1 to 100,000, even that's still give me another designer that can match that. I mean, that's
Evolution.
not
That's yeah, and it can make it. And there's a reason why it happens, and you don't have to have this third party to explain it.
okay. So just a quick thought experiment. Let's say like you're in the army and you're a sniper.
Uh huh.
Before you can take the shot, you need permission from your officer before you.
Okay.
Before he says yes, he needs to ask his officer. There's just an infinite amount of officers. Will you ever take the shot if there's an infinite amount of officers before that officer?
Tells me to take the
That
shot.
yeah, he needs to ask permission, then he needs to ask permission. Can
Okay.
it ever be shot like the first sniper?
Probably not.
Right? So in the same sense, doesn't that necessitate infinite regress is a real problem and you do need a first cause?
I I mean, I'm just trying to like we're talking about how humans and how animals and everything like
Yeah, I
work.
mean, I was just
I
yeah,
mean,
I know, but
if you're gonna go back to the the Big Bang thing, I mean, you're always gonna have that, bro. Like that's the thing is that like in science, like you could always have those questions that are just we might not ever know, and you have to just be okay with that. That's the thing is like you just and people aren't okay with that, and they create these stories in order to deal with that anxiety,
so
and
you think
it's
like
not
yeah,
true.
you think it's all copium.
We have it's not copium. Like religion is evolved for like they like religion has evolved. So there's been computer science studies with populations of organisms that thousands of them, right, that are all in an environment, and they create a religion inside of them, in a religion in the fact that it's like they're going to be cohesive grouping, and the religious groups do better than the not than when there is no religion, because the religious group is going to have more cohesion. They're going to share food, they're going to share water, they're going to share shelter, they're going to have like some place that to congregate. So it's like, so they've shown that religion is a product of evolution, and we have a really our frontal cortex is always searching for patterns. We are apes, and basically we create. We are forging a mental map in our mind of like how things work together. Okay, so like because 100,000 years ago, it was like bush, tree, bush, river, water, right? So you're trying to map those things together, and that's how we kind of like understand the world, right? But in the mind, when we don't have you know we don't understand things, we are trying to map that out through other ways, through creating stories of understanding things like, oh my gosh, the when it rises, this is the sun rises, and then this comes, and it's a way to understand a complex world, and we don't need to have that anymore. We basically evolved past religion now.
Yeah, I mean, I get your perspective, but I think there's so many implications that follow with materialism. You can't just pretend it's all handy dandy, everyone's gonna be fine. Materialism there's a lot of implications that are negative for society with
Yeah, it sucks, dude.
materialism.
It sucks because there are bad people that are going to get they're going to get away with a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it sucks. Like people that have done bad things in the world aren't going to be held accountable to justice, and it is really sad. That is one of the things that does suck about the world, and good people that have done nothing wrong and have done nothing but awesome things in their lives, to help one another, to improve their communities. They're gonna die young, and they're gonna die for no good reason. While evil people still rule the world, and that's just gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to talk about morality, but real quick, that is an interesting point though you made, because I mean, not that you're going to say that you didn't say religion is copium, but let's say in that worldview, you just like you said, if it was true, the good people would be rewarded, the bad people would be punished. But in your worldview, the 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 materialists always bring up the problem of evil, but in their worldview, evil doesn't get punished, right? I mean, that's kind of ironic in a sense, or no?
I don't know
I
what you
mean,
mean.
yeah, maybe that was a little that wasn't clear enough. But anyways, it's okay. Um, huh. Yeah, just sorry, just if we can go back to morality, just in general,
Okay.
in your worldview, you have no problems with materialism and morality, just in general. I mean, can you, do they work together? I mean,
Like how we should design laws and stuff.
well, I mean, laws are like secular and like state governed, but I mean,
Okay.
just morality in general.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I just try to be a good person to people. I just try to make have problems that are solved, try to solve them as a scientist. That's why I like dedicate my life to science, because it's the way that we can have generational positive change, that we can try to understand like, hey, humans are having a negative impact on the environment. I want to try to help solve that however I can. And in my everyday life, I just try to be nice to people, and I try to do good things, and that's it. I mean, I do even go to far as to say as like I'm a Christian atheist, where I was grown up a Christian. I just don't think that, and I actually like the teachings of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, and I understand that looking out for the meek, and that there is a problem with wealth, and these people aren't going to go to heaven, and so I'm okay with like his teachings and stuff. I just don't think that he is like the a god. I think he's just a guy that had
Yeah, I mean, I think
interesting things to
he's a
say.
yeah, I think he's a man too. I don't think he's God, but
Mhm.
I mean, why are all the most prominent atheists always like nihilists? Why are they not just, yeah, they say be good people probably, but it kind of deduces to that. Again, we're all just brain cells, and my brain cells were evolved in this way to make me do this really bad action. How
No,
can you
dude,
go
no.
against that?
It's the opposite, man. Like once you realize that the time we have on Earth is finite, and what we are is very ephemeral, then doing evil in the world is even more pernicious, because what you're doing is that you're robbing other people from their time on Earth by doing something that's selfish, and you're hurting people.
But I don't know how you're. This is like science of morality of the gaps, or I don't know. It's a new term because
Stop
we're just
trying
brain cells. How
stop
can
trying to add stop trying to label things, bro. Just like engage with what I'm
okay,
saying.
okay, but wait, but you're. I don't understand how we go from brain cells to all this other things you added.
Being a good person, man. You got to, because humans are evolved to look out after one another. We evolved to communicate and to have like large groups that like work together in order to solve problems. That is how we evolved as a species.
Right, but there's no grounding to this. This just it just helps us survive. It's not like anything real.
It is, because I'm the you're it is real by the actions that you do, and you have you help other people through their hardships. That's what makes it real.
This is way more religious than materialist, though.
No, because religion requires a supernatural being. That is the
Well,
big thing about religion.
I'm saying like it's taking an aspect away from religion, adding it onto the materialist perspective.
Okay.
That's what it sounds like.
Okay.
I mean, if that's fine with you, that's fine. But
I don't think that that's true, but whatever. That's fine. I think that
so
religious
yeah,
people are doing it out of fear of retribution for their God, which doesn't make them a good person at all. It means that they're just fearful and they don't want to go to hell and they want to go to heaven. So in a weird way, they're actually being really selfish in their good actions, which is very odd to me.
I mean, I mean, I'm not gonna argue against that, but don't humans respond to reward and punishment in general? I mean, isn't that like a
Sure.
good system?
I mean,
If it was real,
I guess like a tit for tat kind of thing, I guess, but like I don't think that there's a heaven or a hell, so that you just have to kind of like be good and assume, I try to be compassionate and assume the best nature of people's actions. You can't immediately be hostile to every action.
yeah, I mean, I would agree with that, but it seems like regardless of people, I mean, materialists always, you know, not liking the idea of heaven and how whatever, that just reward and punishment, we can just deduce it to that. It seems like it's a good system because it's just on the backdrop. It doesn't mean you're only doing charity because of heaven. It's not that straightforward, right? But it's like
Could be.
you will also get this, you know?
For some people that don't want to do good things, I would assume that the reward of heaven and the awful things of hell like is a good, a good motivator for some people. Hitchens' quote is like, um, you know, to make um, a bad person do good things, you can have religion, but to make a good person do bad things, that requires religion. The idea of like making someone that would normally be really um, good in their actions, is then um, swayed by the fact that, hey, I have God on my side. I actually, we are both just people, but in this scenario, actually, I have God on my side. So now I am morally in the correct. And hence people do a lot of heinous shit um, in the name of religion.
That's definitely true. No one can argue against that. But would you not blatantly agree that most human on human suffering has been from seculars and materialists?
No, dude. We're just new. We're like new on the block, bro. There's not that many of atheists. Like, what do you like?
No, no,
What?
no. I mean non-religious fighting. Basically, like Mao Zedong. He wasn't religious. Stalin. I mean, that's not in the name of religion. That's still
Okay. The state
seculars.
secular. Okay. That's in the history of of the humans as a species, bro. You have like the Crusades. You have the extermination of thousands of religions, the Druidic religions in Europe that annihilating like entire cultures, ethnically cleansing stuff. Like, you want to point to one person, you can,
Wait,
but
sorry. But the Crusades, they don't even the numbers don't even add up to like 1/10 of World War II. So I don't get it's like this
well, why
World
were
War
they
II
doing
is
it? Why were they? What? They're ethnically cleansing and purging all these different Druidic religions all throughout Europe. There's
yeah, but
thousands of
again,
religions. You realize that we've had like 3,000 different religions
yeah,
in
I'm
the
not
history of the
arguing
world,
for a
right?
specific religion. I'm arguing for the idea of a intelligent designer. That's really it. But I don't,
But
it's
well,
again, it's
dude, you're saying that, but like intelligent design is only makes sense with religion.
yeah, but I mean, I don't, I'm not pinning it down on one. I'm not Christian. I'm not, I'm saying like I believe in this idea and I'm on a journey to find it, but that's not
So
the
you're just
point,
a
right?
theist? You just believe in like a
Yeah,
general
that's what I
God?
call myself. I mean, right
Okay.
now, yeah.
So no organized religion?
No, I'm just on a journey, I would say.
Okay.
I just can't accept that there's nothingness and randomness. But again, it's not really a personal thing. It's just, you know,
Do you believe in souls?
yes, I do.
Okay. Yeah, I
I mean,
don't.
obviously you don't.
No, I don't think.
obviously,
Yeah,
but
anything like supernatural. Yeah.
nothing supernatural.
Do you think that like two people, if I took myself and then I just cloned myself with the same DNA, do you think that there would be two souls or one soul?
I mean, this hypothetical is a little confusing. One more time, please.
Like how do souls work? Like if I
Souls, like,
yeah,
yeah, it's
I
like,
mean,
I guess it's like a few months in your mother's womb, like you're given a soul, or that's like the foundational traditional thing I've heard.
hmm
In your mother's womb, eventually, like you'll eventually get a soul.
okay, okay.
Yeah.
Is it like different souls for different DNA, or if the same DNA would have the same soul?
I don't think it's tied to DNA, or maybe it is, but like the point is like it's like per person.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
don't know if that's per DNA.
because identical twins would have the same DNA, but you would have to have two souls, like one soul for each of the
Right.
twins,
So
right?
it's per person, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, obviously, we can't talk about souls, which is like step Z, if we don't agree on A to Y, right? It's like
Why not? You can talk about
no,
anything.
no, we can. But I'm saying it's like you'll obviously never like consider it if like if you don't believe anything else supernatural, right? I mean,
I don't know. I mean, it's
I
interesting,
would
dude. Some
assume.
people believe in some weird stuff, man. You'd be surprised. I talk to people that are conspiratorial constantly, and what they believe and they don't believe is the whole point and why it's interesting to talk to people.
Yeah, but can't people have like not I mean, you're not gonna agree it's practical maybe to believe in a soul, but this is I would bet most of human history, including still today, do believe in a soul,
Yeah, yeah, but yeah, yeah.
and at least it's like a practical, reasonable idea, not just unicorns or nonsense. That's not interesting to me. I don't
Okay.
know if it is to you, aliens, and
I mean, do you think that there's like living people, like not people, but living organisms outside of Earth?
I would say it's a coin flip. I mean, like it's either yes or no. I don't know, but you know,
Are they
do you, I mean,
intelligently designed too?
of course. I mean, they're not independent of the if a designer exists, they're not independent of him, right?
So anything, so even the stuff that we don't know about, he would that your God would have already designed them.
Of course. Isn't that the idea of like the first cause? Like he would be the creator of these
Okay.
every he would be the creator of creation. So like everything.
What do you think that
That's
they
the
would
idea.
think of that?
Sorry?
What do you think that they would think of that? How would you convince them? And they would be
Who?
like, yeah, I mean, so an alien. I'm the alien.
Aliens?
I come in and I'm like, hey, how's it going? I'm just visiting Earth. We're from like 2 teraflops away. How's it going? Where do you guys? Where do we come from? How are you guys coming from? Where'd you guys? How's your Earth going? How would you convince me that I was intelligently designed from your God?
Well, I think it's a funny thought experiment, but I would bet that they're much easier to convince than the average human that has ego and bias,
Convince me
worldviews. I mean,
right now.
sorry?
What would you say? What would be your argument?
I would think they're better equipped to argue for than me. Is my point? Is they if they're from like whatever light years away and they have I mean they have their own observations. I don't know what they can see outside of their world and how much science have they done DNA why and
What do you think the probability of them saying like, yeah, we have an intelligent designer, like that matches
100%.
you think that they would you think that
Wait,
aliens would
wait.
be like, we have an intelligent designer, and then and it would match your theology exactly?
I didn't say my theology. I just said there's an intelligent designer. Yes, I would 100% think that.
Okay,
They would
okay,
say,
tell me. Okay, I'm the alien. Tell me how. That's it. That's crazy. That there's no evidence of that. How would you tell? Like, prove it to me.
that's funny, but
I mean, tell me. Like, I'm the
uh
alien. Tell me how would you like that? That is not what our story is. That's not what we say. Why do you
so
think
what do you
that's?
believe,
Isn't that
Mr. Alien?
crazy? Isn't that crazy? Like that's very weird of you to say that you know about us when we just met you, and you have like you don't even have the technology to like come to our planet, and here we have created all this technology to come to yours, but somehow you know more about the universe than I do.
Well, I would say to you, Mr. Alien, you're not independent of. If there was an intelligent designer, he's not gonna just what you're just created on your own. Everything else was created by this designer. I mean,
But
it would all
here
be under his purview.
but your designer sucks because I have the
Says you.
technology that well, I have the technology that just visited your planet. He didn't design you with any good things.
But where did you have the Where did you get your own
We
intelligence?
created it.
Your own
We created it
who?
over millennia, over seven Zarksnars, over that's how we got here.
So who gives you the ability to breathe, talk, walk, eat, live yourself?
Yeah,
Why do some people's hearts stop instant, instantaneously, randomly, and
we don't have we
who's
didn't evolve that heart. You guys do, but we don't have a heart.
well, who's the one that
Sounds like you got a
dictates?
really bad design if your heart can just stop and you can die.
I mean, even in your not materialist worldview, wouldn't that the same thing be true though?
No, because they could be incorporated in order to not have to be able to travel these long distances. They're a part computer, they're part like part chips, electricity. Who knows?
Hey, that's a good point in the chat though. You die physically, but if there is a designer and there's a soul, that soul doesn't die. That's the point
Well, that's why we don't
of the.
believe in that's why we don't believe in souls, because they're silly.
I mean, hey, you came. Your materialist worldview only came what 200 years ago. The Enlightenment, like 300 years ago.
Hmm.
All of human history. You're saying
Yeah,
they've all been wrong. We're the only right ones, right? We're the only right ones. All of human history is just
yeah.
stupid, and they
No,
didn't
it's
figure it out. We did.
no, it's evolution, like we said. That we evolved past religion now.
That's not possible.
Yeah,
To
it is, because that's
you can't
exactly what you're
evolve past.
saying. Yeah, we
How
just
do you evolve past an idea? I mean,
because we don't need it anymore in order to understand the world.
so you do say it's copium then, because what if you're evolving past the need for it? I mean,
Some people need it still. It's okay.
but you keep having a problem with religion, but you're like going around the idea of just the design itself, the creator. I mean, forget religion. I mean,
Mhm. But you
just
came
the
up
creator.
with the designer from religion.
No,
Yeah. I mean,
I think science.
you're shedding all these parts of religion, trying to be. I mean, it sounds like you're going to be like a agnostic in a year or two. You know what I mean? You're just trying to like be like, maybe this spirituality, maybe this designer didn't design, and I don't know if I'm going to know. But I can tell you what I would have to see in order to, you
Okay,
know, believe in God or something like
yeah,
that. I mean,
sure.
could you tell me like what is the like what would you have to see in order to become an atheist?
Okay. Um, well, what I would see to become just someone who believes in the creator is actually science is number one of the three things. Again, I don't have a deep level of knowledge like again you do, some other people do, but from what I see, the DNA is not gonna. You said it's not randomness, but it that is the materialist perspective. It eventually evolved from randomness.
No, no, dude. Like, if I drop this phone right now, is it going to? How many directions could it go?
It depends how high.
Okay, how many directions can it go?
One.
Exactly. But no, I would say what you if I'm you right now, no, actually it can go a random amount of any of the directions, because it could go here, 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 all these different ways, right? But you said out of all those infinite ways that it could technically, theoretically go, it can only go one way. Why?
Because gravity.
Exactly, because there's a natural explanation for how things happen, and we
But
know that through science. So that's what DNA does. That's what evolution does.
okay, so obviously before we put a label on what gravity is, the mechanism existed, right? Obviously, gravity
True.
before
Yeah.
we like knew about it. So
Yeah. We
just
prepared a
knowing
name
about
of
it,
it. Yeah.
yeah.
But why
Well,
isn't it intelligent design? Why isn't it intelligent falling?
I think even in the creator's perspective, the creationist perspective, there's obviously natural mechanisms put in place, right? I mean, like the Earth
Yeah.
moving and
I don't know. I mean, like a lot of people that believe in creationism and stuff are flat earthers too. So
no, but that's idiotic.
okay.
I mean, I'm not saying all people who believe in a god are like, wise and
I mean, do you believe in
correct.
like that? Do you believe that the universe is 14 billion years old?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, I would agree
Okay.
with that.
Okay.
I'm not a flat earther either. That would be like I'm not. Then I'm not I'm not arguing in good faith. Then I'm just like
I mean, why not? That you wouldn't the why couldn't the universes be intelligently created? Like why are you accepting the scientific consensus on the age of the universe but not biology and evolution?
well, what I mean is I don't deny it. I don't. Do I know if it's 13 billion years? No, I don't
Then why are
know. But
you
I'm saying,
denying evolution?
well, because that goes against the idea of a god.
No, we can show. No, it doesn't. God could have made the designed evolution. There's no reason that you can. They're not. You know, that you can have
Yeah,
them.
but evolution like removes God from the picture. Obviously, it goes just from bacteria to fish to
Not
blah to this to
necessarily.
monkeys to humans.
Again, God could have created the mechanism of evolution, and that's how
I
it all
guess so.
happened.
Okay, so
Do you think that
technically, yeah.
evolution, like, how do you think that humans or species came to be?
Just in general, like
Yeah. I mean, if you believe in a 14 billion year old universe, I mean, what happened? Like, how did the process come to be?
yeah, the legit terms for the processes, but I mean, it's evolution on a micro scale to me, not like macro scale evolution where it really went from fish to squirrel to this to that.
So like so a god, the designer is like actively going so the designer is like all the time like creating these new species, or like what, like how is that working? Explain it to me.
I mean, the idea God creating the species, yeah, I mean, he would create the animals, yeah. What's the
As he
problem with that?
goes, like, is he still doing it, or is he not? Is the designer still there? Are they not?
I mean, I would not say there's a passive role, but I mean, I don't know everything, but I'm saying just what I believe, that's what I understanding. But you're saying, does God just plant the first parents and then like leave them to have kids, or is he still right now breeding them some way, or is that what you're
I mean,
saying?
it could have been like the creator started the abiogenesis and created life, and then
Hmm.
stepped away or something like that. But my point is that there are new species that are evolving like right now that are just being created. So it's like they're but you're talking
Is that
about,
true?
yeah, yes, yeah. There's evolution happening right now, dude. Yeah.
But macro or like micro or
Macro and microevolution are the same thing, dude. It's the same process. It's a Christian apologetics term that they're trying to explain and create two different words for the same thing. There is evolution and there's adaptation. So there are two mechanisms there, but there's only evolution. There's no micro or macro.
okay. I mean, I'll definitely research that because I don't know, but I mean, in my mind, it was macro to me meant like fish to whatever other animal to. That's what I was
Mhm.
meaning when I meant macro and micro, like the bird's beaks, of like evolving. That's just like
Yeah, but those
overfeeding.
differences over time mean that those beaks are going to have way more like resources, are going to have way more ability to take over in their niches, which means that they're going to diverge more and more, and they're going to look different and more different over time.
Well, yeah, and God could be in the picture technically still, like you said.
It'd have
Could
to
I
be.
mean
It would have to be because like there's new like proteins that exist like nylonase. Do you know what nylonase is?
no.
So nylon was just created by humans, didn't exist in the world before that, and now there's bacteria that can break down and live off of nylon and created the enzyme called nylonase. So like the bacteria literally evolved recently and like I mean so you given it enough time you're going to have divergent bacterial species that are completely divergent than any other bacteria that are just living off of nylon. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's pretty cool to know actually. But wait, how about like the iPhone? Like the
Hmm.
iPhone didn't exist before humans made it. But
Yeah.
are you saying like there's implication of humans did this, the God didn't was in the picture with this nylonase? Because like the iPhone was made by humans, but does
Well,
that
because it
like say
evolved.
anything
There's
about
a
God?
natural mechanism. Like you're not going to just keep like you're not going to just dig in the sand somewhere and find like the new iPhone 27. You know,
Wait, so
there's a natural process to explain why nylonase exists. There's not a natural explanation for why an iPhone would just
yeah.
appear out of nowhere.
Wait, so if you're on an island, or
Hmm.
if you're an alien, and someone you woke up one day with no knowledge beforehand, and you saw an iPhone,
Hmm.
where would you assume that came from? You would think humans made it, I assume, or I don't
Yeah,
know. What would you think?
there'd have to be like an engineer that made it. Yeah.
So there would have to be someone that made it.
Yeah, well, there'd have to be a process that makes it. Yeah,
Okay, and let's say, hmm, I'm trying to remember this analogy, but I butchered it already.
you're talking about the
But
clockmaker's fallacy, like where it's
probably,
like yeah, where you can, and basically the problem is that it's you go down on a beach and you see a clock there, and it's the same thing. Like you see a clock, and
yeah,
then you're like, Isn't the clock gonna?"
yeah,
And the problem is like there's not a natural explanation for why. It's the exact same thing as this. Like there's there's no way you know it, there's no way for a random amount of materials and aluminum and rare earths in order
yeah,
to randomly all sort and all
yeah,
create and all be put together and like but there is an engineer that can do that in the same way that like evolution, right? Through iterations of billions of years and how nucleotides can genetically change and we can create diversity and basically speciation events happen and then populations diverge and now one population goes into one niche and one population maybe dies out and then it goes forward. That's kind of like the whole idea.
yeah. But I get it. But to me, maybe it's misinformed. But to me, you would wake up and say, "Wait, this iPhone was obviously designed because you can't
Hmm.
just have these materials, yeah, come together." But then you look at everything around you and say, "No, this is all random." I'm deducing to like
It's not
simple, but
random though. It's not random. The same way that this isn't random, dude. This is like it's always going to go down because there's a process to explain it. It's not random.
but
So what you're thinking about is that the evolution, the changes in the DNA from the polymerase errors can be random, right? So there can be a polymerase error of 1 in a million or 1 in a billion, and but that just creates the mutation. All mutations are not considered the same, and the process to weed out what the mutations are actually going to cause and have a beneficial fitness is the process called natural selection. So
yeah,
you can naturally select those mutations, or you can artificially select those mutations, and that's what humans do with dogs. So dogs are so divergent so quickly. In the last 100 years, all of these dog species, dog strains have all wrapped up, and it's like, it's only because of a couple of different proteins, and you basically have some growth factors and stuff that some dogs have a ton of, and then how you have Great Danes, and then some of them have low expression, and then you have Chihuahuas. So it's just humans are choosing these mutations that are deleterious or bad or good, and we are choosing that. But it shows like the dogs, how different they are so quickly shows how powerful those mutations can be.
Yeah, that's a good point with biology, but
Hmm.
like we mentioned briefly before biology, chemistry, and before, I mean, again, I don't want to mention the Big Bang a million times, but when I say randomness, that's what I mean, though. It's like randomness had to bring about the Big Bang theory in materialism. There was no design behind it, right? So it was randomly it came together and combusted, and so randomness was the main driver in all of this, which eventually led to chemistry, which eventually led to biology. So the main driver is randomness in your worldview.
Do you think that the other life on Earth in the universe is random too?
Which ones? Like,
I don't know. The ones that might exist that you think is a coin flip.
no, I don't believe in randomness in this sense
So
at
why isn't
all.
there life everywhere then?
Like on Mercury and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, does there need to be?
Mm. Well, why can't your designer figure that out?
well, well, I think the Earth was made suitable for human beings. I don't know about other beings that
The
even
Earth was
exist.
made suitable for human beings?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, there would need to be necessary conditions for us to live, oxygen, whatever else.
But what was happening like when so you think that if so the Earth was made suitable for human beings, but the Earth has been around for a really long time, and then humans are just showing up in the last 150, 200,000 years. So like what was happening during the age of the dinosaurs?
I mean, what's the issue? I mean,
What
can't the Earth
I mean
evolve? And
why aren't humans around during the age of dinosaurs instead? Like why is there such a weird long time that humans aren't around?
assuming the 13 billion year thing is real, which I'm fine. I don't know, but
Universe. So
I'm not discounting.
I think it's like 13 for the universe and then 4 for the planet.
Oh, just 4 billion?
For the planet. Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah. If it's 4 billion, I mean, I don't see a problem with in either our worldviews about that in relation to humans coming much later. I mean, I
Well,
don't see
that's
the
kind of
issue.
weird to like does that what do you mean? I mean, that's like so that's like imagine, I mean, the time scale is wild, dude. I mean, we're talking about like the earth being toxic and like being the toxic for humans for over half of the time where it's like supposed to be designed for humans, and then the humans don't evolve. You have 2 billion years of prokaryotic evolution, 2 billion years staying at bacteria stage until eukaryotes are around, and then 700 million years until we come about. So like, and then we come about in the last 100,000. Like do you understand what we're talking about here? Like in
Yeah.
a 24-hour period, like we are like in the last like tenth of a second, and then
Yeah.
but then you're like, oh yeah, this whole thing was designed for us. Isn't that seem very arrogant?
I mean, if assuming the, that narrative is true, it is 4 billion years old,
Hmm.
and all of this is true. Okay, I get the point of maybe it sounds absurd, but to me that doesn't discount the idea. Eventually, it will be made suitable for us. I mean, I don't see the big problem. I mean, you know,
Because
there's no like inherent problem with that.
like for the majority of existence, like mammals didn't exist, and then when mammals did exist during the age of the dinosaurs, we were like the size of a squirrel. It's like, what I mean? It's silly to now say that like, oh yeah, that was all in our plan for like like 100 million years old. We're just gonna stay. Mammals are gonna stay the size of a squirrel. You know what I mean? We're talking about how long, like if it's an intelligently designed for humans, like why isn't the Earth just like pop and then humans and then now humans are here for 100 million years? You know what I mean? Like it doesn't make any sense.
I mean, I wish I had the answer, but also, why can't the universe in totality also? I mean, I'm sure the universe is even older than 4 billion and 13 billion.
Yeah,
So,
it's like, well, I mean, no,
yeah.
the universe is like 13 billion,
Oh, that is the 13
and
billion.
then
Okay.
and then the Earth is like 4.
Yeah, I mean, I get your point, and what it does is it can make you hesitant about any other worldview, sure, but I don't see like, an inherent issue. I get the hesitancy just of that alone, sure, but
You know, we have like more evidence for evolution than we do of like the Big Bang.
yeah, well, you can't have. I mean, you don't have like actual evidence for the Big Bang, right? I mean, that it
Yeah, they
happened,
do.
okay, but
But like
well,
we
not the
have
sort like, you know.
like we thought of evolution before we even knew about DNA. They thought like evolution was like they plotted it all out, and then it's like and then DNA showed and it matched up like entirely. Isn't that crazy?
I mean, I wish I knew more about everything to do with it. The Darwin. So, are you Darwinian, or is it like what's your?
I'm a biologist. I
Yeah.
mean, people don't really like biologists don't really, I don't know what CMB is, Scott. Um, I mean, people like I was an evolution major actually in undergrad. So I mean, we don't like learn like Darwinian evolution. Like we learn about like it in like a history context of like this is what happened, but like evolution is just evolution. You learn about the what's happening and how the um, you, know, you learn about it through examples and you trace the genes because evolution is just the change of genes over time in a population. So it's very easy. It's very easy to understand and basically the the genetics of the population will change over time depending on the environment. And like that's one of the cool things about it.
And I'm
Or it's
sure.
in
Yeah.
environment or biological factors, which is like so it could be abiotic or biotic. So abiotic is like weather, environment, that kind of stuff. Biotic would be like predators, that kind of stuff.
Okay. I mean, I'm sure Darwinian's perspective was built upon and modified, and it's not the same as now. Evolution isn't this viewed the same now as it was, in the 1700s, I believe,
Yeah, because of
1800s.
DNA. Like DNA, we understand the mechanism now. They didn't even know that DNA was real, right?
So he figured it out before we had an idea about DNA.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Isn't that wild? They had no idea. They had at some point they thought that like proteins might have like be the thing that, they like the pieces of it, so like that was like later, like super later, and then that was like early 1900s, so this is way even before that, man. This is um yeah, they had no idea like what actually held the knowledge of like between generations and that kind of stuff, right? Because that's the whole idea is like how do you actually bring that knowledge, that thing that's going to change over time from one generation to the other.
I mean, the only issue again is just the monkeys to human part. I mean, the rest is fine with me.
Okay, so what happens is like you have two groups, like, okay, so yeah, the CMB, yeah, okay, I got you, Scott. Okay, so we are flies. Okay, me and you, we are living in a fly scenario. All right.
Okay.
We live like in and all of a sudden there's this huge wind gust or something, and we are like a population of flies. So I'm like 500 flies, you're 500 flies, okay? And I go and I am pushed somehow onto this desert, and I am like so far away from our nest. We have no idea what's going on. I don't have a nest. Like we're just trying to survive. You're you're pushed the other way, okay? And I have I land. We land on this cactus, okay? This cactus has specific things that it has defense mechanisms. It has an enzyme that attacks our kitten shells on our whatever our Drosophila,
Hmm.
our there it's interfering with our ability to um, make new DNA or something. Okay, so like a protein that interacts with our molecular processes and it's attacking us. We are dying right now. So what happens is that out of the 500 flies, some of us, there's like a heat shock protein that only gets turned on when we are in really high heat scenarios to try to help tamper down some stuff. But some of these flies have misfolded heat shock protein. So they have they have mutations in their DNA that just right actually interferes with that protein that is killing all of us. So what happens is that, like in that 500 that I like flew there with to that cactus, 50 make it. But 50 of those flies that made it all have that same genetic mutation that of that heat shock protein that just had the genetic right. Our population of 5 that we flew over with had the genetic diversity in it to have some of them with that misfolded protein, so some of us lived. And then now those 50 are going to be able to survive on this cactus, and we are going to survive, and we're going to breed amongst ourselves, right? So that all our population is going to have that new misfolded heat shock protein that's going to attack the cactus, that protein that was attacking us. And then now we are going to develop interesting new characteristics for that niche on that cactus. Maybe there's like different ways, different food that's available, so we're going to evolve specific mouth parts, that kind of thing. You, right? This is a new species. I represent a new species, right? But
Mm-hmm.
just because I exist as a new species doesn't mean that you, as your 500 flies, went extinct, right? All those flies didn't go extinct, like, but there was a speciation event that created a new species and
Mm-hmm.
with my 50 flies. Does that make sense? So that's
It
why, like,
does.
that's why it's not sequential. It happens like there's speciation events,
Right.
and that what so in our example that was a weather event, so that would be an abiotic factor. So that could be the creation of an island. That could be a wind event. That could be uh, energy from a you know heat. That could be a whole host of different things. Biotic factors would be like viruses. So viruses taking out a population, a new predator coming in and taking out our population, or like we have to feed on a new uh, something in order to live. Those are abiotic and biotic speciation factors. No, that's not
I mean, I'm.
adaptation. No, adaptation is ways that your genome, so that's evolution, so that's speciation, and that's how new species come out. Adaptation is how your own genome has the ability in order to adapt to varying weather or different ideas or different things that happen. So for example, so like there are heat, like I said before, heat shock proteins that are made like in response to strong heat, and you create these proteins that turn on in response to that. So you have that as an adaptation. You have basically the ability to turn those on. If it continues to turn on, you're going to have methylation events, which is silencing of different parts of the genome just to create those heat shock proteins on it the entire time. So that would be adaptation. Another example would be like if you're in a cold weather environment or something, you could have more more like fur. You could have more like a stronger skin, that kind of stuff. Like those genes would like turn on, but it's not necessarily a speciation event. It's just it's this thing called phenotypic elasticity. So phenotypic elasticity is the ability for you to make different shit with the same DNA that you have. So different parts can turn on and off, different things can happen, and that phenotypic elasticity in and of itself is something that you can evolve. So everything in biology can be evolved for. So phenotypic elasticity happens like by like having more genome size. So basically, like if you live in an environment that has more irregular storms or irregular weather environments, their genomes are going to be larger. Like why? Well, it's because they can create those different combinations in order to survive different weather events. So you can have like cousin like fly species or cousin like insects, and you can see this really really distinctly, but their genomes will be like 5 times as big. And you're like, why would you create a genome 5 times larger, because that's a lot of like metabolic energy in order to create more DNA constantly having to do that. Well, it's because that that cousin lives in an environment where they need to in order to do that in order to survive. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
I mean that was semi-advanced for someone like me because I don't have any biology knowledge really, like at your level, obviously. But I would say the only comment I have is that I don't see just like hurricanes and other natural and gravity or natural mechanisms existing. I don't see where what you just said couldn't still be put in place as a natural mechanism by a creator. It doesn't it doesn't argue against that idea still, that these are just natural mechanisms, and it still doesn't address the monkey to human. I get the animal to animal species, okay, but monkey to human, that's still the biggest jump for me.
Okay, so we have tons of like evidence of hominid evolution. Like we have tons of those. Like we are like there was like 12 different hominids that were on Earth at the same time. It's not just humans were like the endpoint. Like we were around when like 12 other hominids were here at the same time. Like humans are Denisovan and Neanderthal and Homo sapien hybrids.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, the chat is a little hilarious because I'm a 24-year-old. Obviously, I'm not gonna debate this doctor on biology.
That's
It's
okay,
just,
dude. Don't reach out. It's all good, dude.
yeah,
You're here. So
okay.
do you know what
But
I mean?
anyways,
So like we are so the reason why is because all those things happen and it's like not directed. That I mean that is the randomness of like the things that happen, like the speciation events and stuff. That is going to be like I mean they are going to be somewhat like it is like whether or not they happen and whether or not they survive. One of the big things with Darwin is that before Darwin they kind of saw nature as like this harmonious kind of like Disney Channel thing where everyone's like everything's working in nature, everyone's working together, and like Darwin saw it differently. Like Darwin saw one organism fighting for its life and another one fighting for its lunch, and that dichotomy is the bedrock of evolution, because if like if you screw up and if you miss that jump as a lizard into your cave, like you are dead. But the hawk is just like it's just looking for a friggin' it's just looking for lunch. So those little things, like as long as your creator is constantly in there, constantly making these things, constantly like making these speciation events, they would have to be constantly there, you know. And oh yeah,
yeah,
Hazel, that's a good point. I mean, we share like 50% of our DNA with bananas.
yeah,
You know that? I mean, that's like
I've read that before, but
yeah, it's wild. I mean, it's because of the cellular processes that we have, like that are in our cells that are like fundamental to how we like exist as like biological beings.
just a quick comment on what you meant when you said like the creator would have to be like active in all of this animal and speciation and whatever you said. I mean, if the creator exists, obviously, and all the universe is under his purview. I mean, then it would follow that. I mean, this would be nothing, right? I mean, if this is all true, and there would be no issue having an active role in everything. If everything else is also being moderated and managed and what have you. I mean,
Okay.
this
I mean, yeah.
animal.
Like I said, evolution can be the way that your creator works, but evolution is real, and we observe it, and we like it happens, and it's repeatable, and we can create experiments that don't need a creator in order to do it and to facilitate it. We can
I
create
mean,
it in the
again,
lab.
yeah.
I've seen evolution myself, like my in my own experiments.
Evolution is fine, right? It just again, it was the human to monkey, or sorry, the monkey to human thing, which you talked about, but that is the contention. It's not evolution,
Well,
because
that is how we go from like apes and like to us. Like that is that because we are, we are one of the great apes.
I mean, I get that perspective, but I would love to see that be replicated in a lab. You know, is
Uh,
that possible even?
it's a time thing, dude. It's a time thing and a
Yeah,
generation thing. It's like
is it
it takes
possible
so
over
long.
generations?
I mean, they've done it in bacteria. Yeah, they have done it. They've done a like 20 to 30,000 generations or something, and yeah. So it's like yeah,
Yeah,
it's yeah, it has
I don't have a
because you're
no,
creating. Well,
just
I
like
mean,
monkeys to humans.
but we have like tons of evidence of that. Tons. Again, it's not like again, monkeys are as evolved as humans. So it's like we're talking about like a great grandfather species like break off point. Do you know what I mean? It's not like you're not like, oh, design me. I don't know how we went from the Model T car to the 2026 F1 car. And you're like, what? Like that's not how it works. You don't go from a Model T car to
Yeah,
an F1 race car. Like that's not. Do you know what I mean? Like
no, I get it, but
there's like a really distantly related relative, and then like it all evolved like separately.
yeah, you're saying it's part of the same story, but and then
Lineage,
obviously
yeah.
this,
Yeah, I mean
yeah,
we
but
we are all a part of an unbroken chain of successful people that bred, and like organisms that bred that got us here, and like like there's stuff that goes on in tons in the animal world that we don't understand, that happens, that is as evolved or even more evolved than the things that we can do as humans. So it's not a ladder where it's like everything it goes up and eventually becomes humans.
yeah, I mean, I'm sure other like creationists, would, I mean, sorry, I mean, other people that believe in God would maybe even be fine with the monkey to human, like, I mean, if that's part of evolution. But I'm obviously certain majority of people who believe in the God take the Adam and Eve kind of story, which obviously you mentioned briefly about the trans and whatnot, but I don't want to take too much of your time though. I mean, this is a great
All good, bro.
conversation.
All good, man. Yeah, yeah, you can come back
And
anytime.
yeah, I learned a lot though. Thank you for the
Sick.
conversation.
Cool.
Yeah.
Let's talk
Have a
about
good night,
Trump
sir.
next time, okay?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
I don't like him, by the way. I don't like him. I don't like Trump.
Oh, so but MAGA Trump is just your name just to troll people?
Well, it's to get on people's lives because otherwise I'm just like a random person. But
Okay.
yeah.
All right, you're
But
always
take
welcome
care.
back,
Thank
bro.
you. Thank you.
All
Take
right,
care.
have a good one.
You too.
All right, sorry guys, sorry that took way too long. Yeah, Char for sure. Sorry, I know you've been waiting, bro. Char, how's it going, man?
Yo, sorry, I was kind of spamming.
No, it's okay.
That was really cool. That was fun to listen to. Yeah, sorry, I have my genetics exam tomorrow.
No
Hooray.
shit.
I was gonna ask you some questions. So, one, I see religion today kind of as like I see a lot of times like it kind of removes like accountability in some cases, like you were trying to explain earlier, where
Mhm.
like you can just blame it and be like, oh, God did this, or
Yeah.
because of this, God is gonna do this for me. It like makes things easier and harder, so I can kind of like see how people work with that, and how it like, I don't know, because like I was religious, like extremely,
Mhm.
like growing up. And that like whole mental shift was so hard, like
Yeah.
even though it was forced, and I definitely wasn't happy for a long time. Like, like as a result. But then I found, like you were talking about earlier, the like optimistic nihilism
Yeah.
type beat.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like just like looking out and I always try to like another thing I try to think about with religious people is like, okay, like close your eyes, explain to me, like imagine God isn't real, open them, and then show me what doesn't make sense. Like where is God needed in order to understand this process? And the other
Yeah.
way of like, losing your God or losing religion, it's like this weird unshackling that kind of happens where it is a weird, like, holy shit, like there's nobody in my brain like thinking about me, or that actually freaked me out as a kid. I actually like woke up
Like having the person like
in my mind. Yeah, that was so weird to me. That really freaked me out. I would like go to bed crying because it was so freaking weird that there was like someone in my brain the entire time.
oh my
It was
gosh,
so
yeah.
weird, man.
Yeah, it was like that for me too for a period where I was like it's sort of that age where like you start to become self-conscious, and I think it was just sort of the emotional development of like self-awareness and anxiety and like all those things that sort of accompany adolescence. And I was kind of like, oh, it's just the voices. The voices are so strong. But in reality, it was sort of just like what made those like narratives in my head so strong were how focused I was on like those voices. And it just did like a feedback loop kind of, I feel, where like I was so focused on like hearing a voice that I wouldn't hear one at all, or I would hear one like all the time and I'd be like, yeah, it was a whole thing. It was a whole thing. But I found a lot of solace in like pursuing science and understanding the world. And
Nice.
I and like I don't know, cuz like I'm a biology major and all that
Cool, man.
stuff.
Nice.
Um
Welcome.
like I don't know, it's just so incredible to learn about how we use nature for everything. Like literally any medicine, any experimental model, any whatever is just because we're like looking at this beautiful world around us. And I feel like religion has served to remove accountability from the preservation of a lot of those things
Yeah.
as well, where it's like, oh, like God created it, so he can just fix it and it's all going to be okay. When these structures like very realistically could collapse forever. Like,
Yeah.
like, and not to get on the global warming train, but guys, like, hey,
It's bad.
the entire climate system of, the ocean currents, the things that warm all of Europe, if the
Yeah.
if the melting ice stops, how like Europe literally will freeze in the next decade, and that like whole circulation, like if that stops, people like will die.
Oh yeah,
You
it's so
know,
much
like
worse than even people talk about it, and already people are doomer about it. It's like, I mean, it's crazy, man. I mean, I was an ecology, behavior, and evolution major for undergrad, and I mean, you
Oh,
basically
dude.
learn about, hi Rose, you learn about ecology by seeing how we're messing with the environment, and you study evolution by the same mechanism, and it's all by climate change, how humans are changing and impacting the climate, and you see and learn how animals and plants are changing because of that. So it's like we're already studying it. It's not like something that's like in the future it's going to be bad, but it's happening already. But your idea of the biotechnology stuff is so interesting too. Like you were saying, we have like 2 billion years of evolution, and then we come as scientists and we just discover something and then change just the smallest a bit of it, and now we're like, we invented this. It's like,
yeah.
dude, you didn't invent anything, man. That was
Oh
all
my
like that
god.
was all evolution.
And my favorite story is like how we discovered PCR and like how that one guy did it, where okay, there's this scientist, right? And in the 60s does a ton of hallucinogenics, okay? Lysergic acid all the time. He is having fun, okay? But he's like, hey, we need a way to find DNA because we can't trace it. And then this dude literally like trips, right? And then it's like, what if we just made a bajillion copies of one area of interest? And then, but like they didn't have a polymerase that worked for it, right? So they used the thermal aquatic polymerase to like create it because like you remember how like in PCR the like annealing process, yeah, like the whole thing, like they took it from the like microbes in Yellowstone National Park,
Yeah.
like the ones that were just adapted to living at higher temperatures, and so their polymerases were stable at higher temperatures.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
then bam, like you could just do it. Like
Yeah, it's cool.
It's so rad.
Yeah, it is crazy. I mean, before that, you would have had to just create more DNA by growing more bacteria. So it's just like the ability to targeted, like create it, and then and honestly, also the PCR is the creation really of, I would argue, molecular biology as a field, because now you can stitch pieces of DNA together. Now you can do different types of you know ligations at the end. You can do so much now. It's like it's really cool. And then really like GFP is the thing that really like supercharged molecular biology. But I would argue that like PCR was the big impetus like in the creation of it.
Oh yeah. And I don't know, like I'm just getting into the weeds of it all, especially with genetics, because like dude, like like even biologists have a hard time like understanding like, hey, there's like now there's gene inversions and also transposons, the ones that look like the bacteria ones but also relocate.
Yeah.
And we don't know why, but they do, and then they can. And then also their exons sometimes we don't know. Like
Yeah. McClintock is such a boss. Like she's like was just called crazy and pushed out for so long, and she's so steadfast, and it's an incredible story. Like honestly,
oh, I
she's a
know.
legend. Yeah.
Dude, there's so many female geneticists that were just like powerhouses in the field. Like, who was the first one that like used radioactive isotopes
Oh,
like
yeah, she
very
died. I know.
first?
Yeah, I know who you mean. Yeah, I actually have a theory about this. Like, I think that there's a lot of incredible scientists that are women, and I think it's because they are like they one, it's incredibly hard, and it was like a male dominated field for so long that in order to succeed in it, they have to be really steadfast, and they have to have like a lot of personal conviction. And
Yeah.
research science is so hard, like 95% of your experiments are going to fail, at least maybe 99. So the idea of like it's very easy to get down on yourself, be like there's no way that I can do this, like this is so this is a fool's errand, that kind of thing. But you have to really believe. You have to believe in your research. You have to like design and keep trying and creating better experiments and keep pushing yourself. And I think that like their battle against basically like um, misogyny and like the that kind of whole power structure creates and adapts these like women that are just unbelievable revolutionary scientists. Like, there's a lot. It's amazing. Like they create these absolutely insane breakthroughs that are just you're like wow. And a lot of my I mean Frances Arnold, for example, like she is just absolutely incredible. There's a lot of like female Doudna of CRISPR fame. There's
Oh yeah, literally the CRISPR lady. Like,
yeah,
hello.
check out Frances Arnold. She just directed evolution and creates brand new molecules for biofuels. It's like she's incredible. Like she got the 2016 Nobel Prize for directed evolution. Just yeah,
Oh
and
my
yeah,
gosh.
and then Doudna was in Berkeley, and then Carpentier was in France, so she was like another scientist that was incredible.
Are these all like the new frontier people, or are they like the like transition ones from like the 90s?
Francis Arnold. They're all current scientists that have labs currently.
Oh, nice, nice,
Mhm.
nice.
Yeah, I mean, I could go on like from my field. Like, there's a bunch of women that are just incredible. But one of my favorite scientists right now to check out is David R. Liu. He is incredible. David R.
LEW.
Liu.
Oh, LIU.
Yeah, he's like on molecular biology. Like, he is, oh my God, he is so incredible. He's creating the technology that's being used to like genetically modify humans and stuff. So it's really cool.
Oh. Wait, is that the guy that got released from prison?
No, that's a
Like-
Chinese guy. That's like no.
That
This guy works at Harvard and Broad Institute, and yeah.
Bro, I can't believe that happened. That was so crazy. I was like, what do you mean you like edited a baby without permission? Like, and then the first thing you said out of prison was, I was right.
Yeah.
And he was, but that doesn't make it okay.
Yeah.
That does not make it. I just think like the next frontier in
Kariko, dude, Kariko's an incredible one. She's the one that did the that mRNA vaccines. She was ran out of Penn State because she like they're like, this isn't going to work, and she was doing a lot of the it was the basically mRNA vaccines didn't work for a really long time until they
because of
figured
the
out
lipid sheath, right?
that and the 3' UTR. The 3' UTR had to be developed so that like basically exonucleases wouldn't just chomp it down. So yeah, it's kind of an interesting thing. Like, why is the 3' UTR even there if you already have the ORF and you're already making the protein from it? Like, why would it even need to be there? But basically, it has like a protective ability so that you can create multiple from the same anyway. So
are they repeats in the UTR? Are they like protective repeats, or are they just like scramble?
I think that some of them, like, there is a folding aspect of it, like, for sure. But
Yeah.
I'm not. There's not like an inverted repeat section necessarily. But sometimes, yeah, the terminator region will have like different AT compositions.
Oh, chill.
Yeah.
Yeah, mRNA vaccines are like, people really do not get it. Like, it's such a marvel that it was
Yeah, it's
even
really cool.
possible. Like, it's so insane, and people also don't understand that like the entire vaccine was being engineered for a full decade, like before
Yeah.
the
Started in
entire
1987.
pandemic.
Yeah, and then like it was used for personal gene therapies for cancer in like 2015.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, so it was it's a new technology for vaccines, but they wanted to use it because of the quickly changing the DNA of the vectors and then creating in vitro the
gene product, the
yeah.
gene protein product. Yeah.
So yeah, it's really cool. It is it's going to be the future for a lot of stuff. Yeah, dude. Yeah, Mary C. He didn't go to a postdoc. He went from PhD straight to professor at Harvard. It's like it's actually kind of crazy.
Dude.
I know. Yeah.
He's so insane.
Yeah, he's incredible. But dude, Char, thank you for so much for getting out. I got one more person and I got to go to bed. So thanks for coming up, man. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, dude, I appreciate you too.
Thanks,
Good
man.
luck.
Good luck on your tests.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
Have a splendid slumber.
Thanks, man. You too.
All right.
All right. Thank you, man. Thank you, Just a Bill. All right, Chaya, you're up, and then we're going to bed. Chaya, how's it going?
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, I'm good. I'm just heading back to my room so I don't wake up my family. Yeah, so I just came across your live first time.
Cool.
I grew up religious. Since I was super, super young, questioned like everything and God's existence and would always ask questions and we get like, like the typical kind of responses of like, just very vague, you know, because I was like a young teenager or even
Mhm.
11, 12 years old. I guess I'm just like coming from, I was like agnostic at one point, and then I think I chose to, I'm not religious, but I chose to hold on to like faith and I guess like an existence of that there's a God, because I was going through a lot of challenging times, I think, and it just kind of helped anchor me, I guess, in some
Yeah.
way and just like give me some hope. So I I really just am curious, like I started like revisiting the topic of does God exist after like having a conversation with someone that was atheist, and we
Mhm.
didn't like get super into it, like we were just, you know, talking as friends and we talked a little bit about it but not much.
Yeah.
And so I'm kind of curious to hear maybe like, you know, for you, was it like a lack of evidence? Was it that there is evidence? Like I'm just, I don't
Mhm.
even know what question to ask. I'm just curious. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I think um same same progress as you. I kind of just like was questioning for a really long time and then went agnostic, kind of like, oh, there has to be something greater out there that we don't understand yet, or and then I was just like, man, I'm just like, and then jumping full blown into like atheism as and there's different levels of atheism that exist, like
Hmm.
the Dawkins scale, which is kind of interesting. But I'm pretty far on the hard line. Like, I think that there's as much proof as that there's as much chance as God existing as like leprechauns or something. There's really really
Hmm.
none. And it just kind of came to the point where it was actually kind of the example that I was talking to Char, where if I just close my eyes and open them, I can't explain. There's nothing that I need religion in order to explain.
Hmm.
Like there's natural mechanisms for everything that I can understand, and if there isn't, then we can figure it out through science in the future, right? So, and that's just and being it's really being comfortable in that you don't know and you're not going to know and everything, and that's just okay.
Right. It's interesting when I was younger, like I tried to put a picture to God. I was like, okay, but what is God? Like, what does it look like? Who is he? Right.
Yeah.
And I mean, in most religions, like they'll say a he, you know, but it's not like I know where the way I grew up, it wasn't, that was just the adjective they like, that was just the, you know, the pronoun they used, but it
Hmm.
wasn't like, oh, you are, you know, like God is a he.
Hmm.
But there was a picture of a certain like religious figure in my house, and for me, like I just had to connect it to something, and for some reason like I connected it to that picture and I was like, okay, that's God, like that's what God looks like.
Yeah.
So I have a very like emotional side, but I also have a very logical and analytical side, and
Hmm.
I think about things deeply, and I love philosophy and like different, just very curious about stuff and people. I guess like I have some questions maybe.
Hmm.
um so you're a scientist, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, so I guess, yeah, my one question is like, so with science, sometimes, you know, something comes out and then years later it's like disproven or something like
Hmm.
that. So what do you have to like, what's about that? I know obviously we're always my explanation is like we're always learning new information.
Yeah.
I think like I would describe my mother as probably like, you know, there's people that are religious and then there's people that are like fundamentalists, and I would describe my mother as that, in the sense where she's just like, well, everything is in the Bible, like everything is in it already, you know what I mean, like we already knew that, or like,
Mhm.
you know, and I don't know, I'm just like, yeah, so that's so far what I'm asking.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, there's um like religions that are fundamentalists, like they don't change, they don't have any, like the book is the book, and then there's no new prophets and everything like that. And then there's also kind of like progressive or like religions that change over time, right?
Yeah.
Which is like
Well.
Catholicism or like Shiite, like Muslims, like
Mhm.
so it's like they'll have their new clerics, the new pope, and then they'll just be like, oh, a new interpretation of the Bible just dropped. And you're like, what? How's that?
Yeah.
God says like Mormons, for example. Mormons got like an
Mhm.
email
Yeah, that
blast
one's crazy.
that
I
like
was just in
black people are
Utah and it was
okay. Yeah, it's like okay,
yeah.
whatever. Um, but I guess like from what I understand, like science to be is that you're never going to be 100% on something, and
Mhm.
you always are trying to best understand something, but you can't ever fully 100% know. And
Mhm.
that is a big difference between religion and science, is that religion will be 100%, but and they have
Right.
and it looks strong, and you're like, that's cool that they have that 100% certainty, but like in science, so you're just like, oh, maybe 99.9999%. Like I can still paint you a picture of what would have to happen in order for me to believe in God. Like it could happen. Like there could be
Mhm.
some like series of events that does happen, but it's just insanely unlikely. But
Yeah.
I could think about that. But we always are striving to better understand. And what I can't wrap my mind around is that like the part of human existence that we are the best quality of life, which is now we have way better quality of life than like 500 years ago. But 500 years
Right.
ago, religion ruled everything. The kings, they were all theocratics. They are all state religions. But people died at like 30 years old. They had miserable existences, except for the monarchs. And yet, that is when God was the strongest. It just it doesn't. It's not a good. It doesn't show out in their you know their what they're doing, their deeds.
Yeah. What about like I guess for me, something that I guess made me be like, okay, there probably is a God, or like there is for sure a God, was it's I don't know, this is just me, but just like looking at people's faces and seeing like so many different like kinds of faces, and it kind of made me be like, and maybe it could be like explained through science also, of
Mm-hmm.
course, but like
Yeah.
I don't know, just that idea of like that there's so many different faces, like even in someone's family, like people can look alike, but they still have like different differences and the different features like put together. And it's like, how different can you make a nose? How different can you make an eye? Like, why isn't all just the same in a way?
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of like, I guess like this thing where maybe people are like, oh, well, what about like the beauty in the world? Do you know what I mean? Like things like that. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Or
I'm not catching the
like what I'm
question.
trying to explain?
I understand what you're trying to
Um,
say, but like, what's are you saying that those changes like are like from the creator, or are they from the genetics of it, or the DNA, or?
um, that's what I don't think that I'm like, I don't think I was ever like, okay, I know for certain there is a God because like there's proof. I did go to like a gap year program, and I remember we went to this class once, and the teacher was trying to explain, and he basically said like, put together this class where it's like, I'm gonna prove to you God exists. I don't even like remember it. I was like I'm
Dang,
turning
should
26
have
this
paid
month. I was
attention. That
like
would have been good.
17.
That would
Yeah.
have dang.
Yeah,
That
I
would have
know. I
been.
like want to get I want to try to find it again and like see if I could find it online. But it was interesting. It was interesting, but I remember not feeling like fully convinced. Um, but like I said, like I think that because when I look at, let's say, the religion that I grew up in, there are a lot of really, really good aspects to it. And I
Mhm.
think like a lot of things that make sense. And let's say how it says to treat animals, like, for example, like something in a religion is like you have to feed your animal before you eat, for
Mhm.
example. And I think that's like, a good thing. Um, I think like, but I think there's also, things that in religion, a lot of religions, that's disguised almost as like empowerment for women, but really it's not. Like, really, it's kind of, it's control disguised as empowerment.
Oh yeah.
And like the explanations I would hear from people still don't get me. Like, it makes me uncomfortable. Um, but I guess I'm like the type of person where sometimes I can be black and white. So I'm like, is there or is there not? And like, I need proof,
Hmm.
you know?
Yeah, I mean the existence of being a woman in the theocratic monarchs and stuff is not a good one. It's so
Yeah.
but honestly how people that are minorities or that are black or women that are religious, honestly I don't understand it a lot, but it's a
Yeah.
cultural thing where it's like
I mean, in my religion, there's a lot of, and I'm Jewish, it's an ethno religion. So, like,
mhm,
there's so many types of, like, people in my religion, like, all colors, so to say. Like, you can be Chinese, you can be black, you can be so
sure,
many. I mean, I'm a mix myself of, like, just from, like, different things. But,
as long as your mom's really
um,
Jewish.
yeah, yeah, like, so I think like that's something like my brother, for example, he's like just studied and became a rabbi, and he's younger than me, and he's very religious.
Hmm.
And I asked him actually about that, like, why is it that that's like a rule? And he said, well, oh, because like the soul is passed through the mother. But I'm sure like in Judaism, there's a lot of different sects, and maybe you've heard also the term of two Jews, three opinions. Like, there's, I think, a lot more nuance in
Hmm.
Judaism than say there is in Christianity. Like, I watched a debate between Christian women and Jewish women, and they just couldn't understand that idea of like there's different avenues in Judaism to like reach God.
Hmm.
um I know though, for me, like growing up, being told all the time, like, oh, you're going to be a great mom, you're going to be a great wife, and it's like, hey, like, I want other things too, like, I want that, but I want other things too. Like, why is that such a focus? I think it's a little bit better now, like with the newer generation.
Hmm.
um but I think like, for example, like in Judaism, you're supposed to cover your hair, and I know in Islam you're also supposed to, um but that's only when you get married. And I always just knew, like, since I was younger, I was like, I'm just not doing that. Like, I'm just
Hmm.
not doing that, and I just like knew it deeply. But I think, like I said, like that not having the proof, and it's more of just like, okay, I have faith that there's like a God, but at the same time, like, I wrote a poem of like, how the hell can like there be a God if there's like these tragedies, but then we have to pray to him to like, blah blah blah, or like, oh, God did this because you're sinning, which is not such a big thing in like Judaism. I think it's more in like Christianity. But um I mean, like, I guess I'm like, where's the proof of like something, you know what I mean? I say you know what I mean a
Yeah,
lot,
I
but
mean
yeah.
I think that the proof it's not, I mean, I don't know, I mean, for me it's not it is like when I became an atheist, it was very like freeing of that. You don't have that structure anymore. You're kind of on your own. It's kind of lonely.
Yeah.
There is like a loneliness of like, dang, to, I don't have a savior kind of thing, and
Right, right, right.
I think you just come to the realization that you're you can have a lot of power over your own destiny. You don't have to wait for some type of supernatural event to happen.
Yeah.
I think that
I
that's
mean,
the nice thing.
I very much believe that our minds are a lot more powerful than we realize. Like, um, I'm not gonna say exactly what it was, but for example, like, I told myself I was gonna stop doing something, and I said it to myself, like looking in the mirror, and really like said it, and the next day I stopped, and it was like so crazy to me that like I was able to do that. I mean, I've done other things like that where I just switched my mindset, and like I was able to do it. And it's things that I think, not I think, but that a lot of people aren't able to do on their own, that you would think you would need outside help. And I don't really want to get into that, but yeah, I think like um the idea, well, I have a question for you. If you're an atheist,
Hmm.
are you a vegan?
No.
Okay, so what about animals being like sentient? Because the person I was speaking to that was atheist is also a vegan, and like we were talking about that. He calls himself an ethical vegan.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
I think if I could, I would only eat protein that was from like lab grown like sources. But I think that there's a lot of moral considerations, and honestly, the evidence probably is on the side of being like a vegetarian or a vegan. I just choose not to do it because I'm not a good person. I'm not like, I just, it is, and it's not, we
Yeah.
evolved to eat meat, and I'm just kind of like,
Right.
it sucks, and I'm not, yeah, I wish I was better and did it, but I just don't, and I feel bad about it.
I
But
mean, yeah, sometimes I feel bad when I eat I feel kind of bad, but at the same time, like I really love a good steak.
yeah,
So I get it.
I try
But
to eat meat like rarely, but then do it like um and I have um I do barbecue, and so it's just when we do it, I'll do it well and like really appreciate it. But it is kind of weird. I don't think I've told this story on my live before, but I always wondered like if I could slaughter my own meat, and actually kill my own thing. And
that's
I've never gone hunting before, so but I've shot guns before, but I've never like shot at something else and killed it. And I was building a farm during the pandemic because of like I didn't know what was going to happen, so I was just making a little farm. Yeah, fishing. Yeah,
mm,
I've done fishing, but I've never killed it killed it myself. But anyway,
mm,
um, I wanted to see, and this is specifically, it's not just fishing, it's like a mammal. I wanted to see if I could kill a mammal and then clear it and dress it and everything. So the farthest I've gotten is like, I basically had these gophers that I trapped. And I was like, I guess in a way, like I hunted these things. So I guess I had like these gophers, and I wanted to see if I could like skin it and dress it and stuff. So there's like these three little gophers, and I skinned them. It was wild, and it was honestly crazy. Like just taking the knife and like breaking their necks and then skinning them. It was very um, it was gnarly. I was like, I didn't
yeah.
honestly. If I had to do that every single time I ate meat, I probably would eat meat like 10% of the time that I normally eat it. And
Mm,
so it was a very illuminating like thing that I'll definitely remember for the rest of my life. And I am 100% sure that 75% of the population would just never eat meat at all if they actually had to do it, especially something large like a deer or something.
mhm,
Like they just never would do that.
yeah.
So I do think that we make it so abstract, so like easy and cookie cutter, like by calling them different names, beef and cow, yeah, ham and bacon, it's just, and pig. These are all separate names. These are all like it doesn't even look like something similar. um,
Mhm.
and yeah, so I think the vast majority of people would be vegetarian if they had to.
Yeah. In Judaism, like the way they kill an animal is they slaughter it by the neck, by the forgot which part, and then like it takes some time till it like bleeds out and dies. And I actually didn't know that it like I don't know why I didn't think of it like that it takes time because I was speaking to this guy that's an atheist, and like he said he grew up the same way I did, so he's like, no, like they're still alive for like a little bit and whatever. And he said the only way I would eat meat actually is if I went and hunted it and killed it, because like this, if you're if you shoot it properly, it will die like right away.
Yeah.
But the reason why they don't do that is because like they say it's violence, and then the energy, you get the energy, like so it's all like energy and whatever. What do you think about spirituality though? Not
Oh, you cut
I
out
was
there. What do you think about
sorry.
spirituality?
Yeah, what do you think about spirituality versus religion? Do you think they're different? Do you think there's something else, or do you think it's just like the same thing?
Um, I'll answer that in 1 second. Call me Bob. I do think that Americans need to be more familiar with the real food sources. I agree. I think that we should, like high school, it should be like you slaughter a cow or you slaughter a deer, and you do the whole thing. You like skin it, you dress it, you quarter it, everything. Like you should absolutely like have to do it. Um, um, I think that like I think it's very similar. I think you get dilutions of like of it. It's all kind of in the same guise, of the supernatural world being the real and somehow it's existing and that kind of thing. So, people try to skin it, to try to kind of peel the layers off so that, oh, I don't have to have, I don't have to be organized religion, or I'm religious but I'm not for organized religion, or now I'm like spiritual and like it's just there's like different. I think people are just kind of like peeling back what it is, and they're kind of fence sitting a lot of times. But I
Mhm.
mean, at the end of the day, I don't have like a problem with it like as much as like organized religion, I guess, because organized religion's uh, like funding a lot of this anti-vax stuff, because of the religious exemptions and stuff like that. So, I don't see that there's like as much negative of it, but just humans, I think that they're, humans are complex. Our frontal lobe
Mm.
is very interesting, and we kind of see patterns in a lot of different things, and you can't really discount that. You can't tell someone that what they believe is invalid. You just have to kind of like plant ideas, and then whether or not they choose to go down that path is all for them.
Yeah. I think like at least when I see though like different religions, I think there's I don't know if it's like to say one is better or worse. I mean, I guess objectively there are religions that are maybe like doing more wrong to their own like people. I'm not even talking about like to anyone else. I'm saying like in that religion, like to
Mm-hmm.
let's say, you know, the people that are in that religion. Um, like I don't know a lot about say Jehovah's Witness, let's say in like person, but from TV shows I know that like they like they for they'll do like I'm forgetting the right word. I'm forgetting the word, but like what they do to women, like to take away like their sensation. And I know like I have some issues with like certain things in Judaism, but also I know that like in Judaism, it's literally a law. Like when you get married, that your husband has to pleasure you. Like that doesn't exist in like other religions. Like you know what I'm saying. So I'm not trying to like advocate for Judaism here. Like I'm just
Mm-hmm.
thinking in like objective terms of like what I see in how I don't know who it was that said it, but like something like you can tell how like civilized a society is based on how they treat their women or the animals.
Yeah.
um but I don't know, I think it's something maybe I like need to do like more of a deeper dive than just like a chat on TikTok live.
Mm-hmm.
But it's yeah, I just came across your live and was like, okay, let me see if I waited a long time. I cannot believe I like stayed up and did this. I was like, I'm going to sleep early tonight.
Oh, no.
But it's fine. I'm having insomnia lately, so I was like up anyway. But um yeah, I don't know like what other questions to ask. I really just
Sure.
wanted to hear more about like your perspective or like science
Cool.
perspective.
Well, I
Yeah.
stream every night at 9 o'clock.
Okay,
So,
cool. So I'll come on earlier next time.
yeah, and yeah, you're always welcome to join. So it's all good. So thanks for coming on. I appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Greg. Thank
All
you.
right, have a good one. Bye.
Good night.
All right, guys. Thank you guys for coming up. Thank you for everyone for being here. Appreciate you. Appreciate you guys so much. Got a lot of religious people in chat. It's a lot of Bible verses being spammed. Just welcome. You guys are. I'm not gonna martyr you. I know. I know you're probably hoping for that. It's nothing like a religious person feeling martyred. It's just that's a bad time. You know what I mean? We're just waiting, hoping for that. I do seriously. Sometimes I'm like, how do I know? How do I know, man? Feels like it. It's exactly right. Exactly. Exactly, dude. I it does feel like there's bots sometimes, man. I don't know how to stop them, what to do, how to recognize them. I guess like just ban them for or suspend them for the live. I don't know. Anyway, guys, we're doing it. That was a fun night. That was a good one. Oh shoot, I'm so sorry. 1 second. I didn't do this the entire night. I feel so bad. 1 second. I'm sorry. Actually, here we go. All right, guys. Thank you to the super fans, F-On. Thank you to all the top gifters. Renee hanging out. Hey, what's up? Island, thank you so much. Helen, thank you. Call me Bob. Cher, Frank, M. Thank you, guys. Thank you to all the likes. 100, 1,000, or 9,000 likes like Island Time Soap. Voice in Velvet, what's up? How's it going? And Cher, and Jenny, and Juliana, and Helen, and 8007, and Renee. Thank you to the Patreons. Mrs. Dr. G, Ado, Call Me Nest. Thank you so much, guys. Actions, get involved. We are doing things. We are making our communities better by getting vaccinated, by getting involved politically, stopping these Maha bills. Action.drgregshow.com. Get involved. Do some actions. Do some emails. Do some phone calls, guys. We gotta get these numbers up. We gotta fight back. All right. Well, thank you guys so much. We are out of. Oh, can you hit the? Oh, guys, can you hit the heart thing? That'd be so awesome. Can you hit the heart thing? That'd be amazing. Thank you guys so much. Oh, voice. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm done. I've been streaming since 6 p.m. I took an hour break and now I was back on. So it's been a long night. But it's good. It's fun times. Thank you guys. Oh, thank you, voice. Thank you. All right. Thank you guys for being here. Tomorrow, do the same thing all over again. Peace. Bye. All right, guys. YouTube, thank you. Thank you, YouTube.